হরি ভজে যদি তবে হয় অন্ত ক্লেশ সাধু সঙ্গ করি হরি ভজে যদি তবে হয় অন্ত ক্লেশ এ ঘর সংসারে পরিয়া মানব না পায় দুঃখের শেষ না পায় দুঃখের শেষ সংসার নলে জ্বলিছে হৃদয় অনলে বারায়ণ সংসার নলে জ্বলিছে হৃদয় অনলে বারায়ণ অপরাধ সারি কৃষ্ণ নাম অপরাধ সারি কৃষ্ণ নাম অনলে পরে অনলে পরে এ ঘোর সংসারে পরিয়া মানব না পায় দুঃখের শেষ না পায় দুঃখের শেষ নিতাই চৈতন্য চরণ কমলে আশ্রয় লইল যে নিতাই চৈতন্য চরণ কমলে আশ্রয় লইল যে কৃষ্ণ দাস বলে জীবনে মরণে কৃষ্ণ দাস বলে জীবনে মরণে আমার আশ্রয় সে আমার আশ্রয় সে এ ঘর সংসারে পরিয়া মানব না পায় দুঃখের শেষ না পায় দুঃখের শেষ এ ঘর সংসারে পরিয়া মানব না পায় দুঃখের শেষ না পায় দুঃখের শেষ না পায় দুঃখের অতি বড় ব্যথার ব্যথি তাই নয়ন জলে বুক বাসা কে গো তুমি কাঙ্গাল বেশে দেশ বিদেশে ঘুরে বেড়া অধমপতি আচন্দালে স্নেহের কুলে লৌগ তুলে অধমপতি আচন্দালে স্নেহের কুলে লৌগ তুলে দিব্য প্রেমে আখি কুলে দিব্য প্রেমে আখি কুলে ভব বাঞ্ছিত পথ দেখায় দাও কে গো তুমি কাঙ্গাল বেশে দেশ বিদেশে ঘুরে বেড়া এমন দয়াল কে গো তুমি বিলালে প্রেম চিন্তামণি এমন দয়াল কে গো তুমি বিলালে প্রেম চিন্তামণি ধরল বলে প্রেমের খনি ভব বাঞ্ছিত পথ দেখায় দাও কে গো তুমি কাঙ্গাল বেশে দেশ বিদেশে ঘুরে বেড়া আচন্দালে প্রেম বিলালে প্রীতাব জ্বালা জুড়াইলে আচন্দালে প্রেম বিলালে প্রীতাব জ্বালা জুড়াইলে মায়া মুগ্ধ জীবের ভব খোদা চির তরে মিটিয়ে দাও কে গো তুমি কাঙ্গাল বেশে দেশ বিদেশে ঘুরে বেড়া যমুনার কুলে কদম্বের মূলে বাজাতে বাঁশি রাধা বলে যমুনার কুলে কদম্বের মূলে বাজাতে বাঁশি রাধা বলে যমুনার কুলে কদম্বের মূলে বাজাতে বাঁশি রাধা আবার সেই না তুমি গৌর হয়ে সেই না তুমি গৌর হয়ে নদেশে দীপ্তরা গো তুমি কাঙ্গাল বসে তোমার চরণে সপিয়া পড়েছি তোমার ঘরে বাঁধিয়া নিকটে আমারে পালিবে রহিব তোমার দ্বারে বাঁধিয়া নিকটে আমারে পালিবে রহিব তোমার দ্বারে প্রতি ভজনারে আসিতে না দেব প্রতি ভজনারে আসিতে না দিব রাখিব ঘরের পারে সর্বস্ব তোমার চরণে সপিয়া পড়েছি তোমার ঘরে তব নিজ প্রসাদ সেবিয়া উচ্ছিষ্ট রাখিবে তব নিজ
প্রসাদ উচ্ছিষ্ট রাখিবে
তব নিজ প্রসাদ সেবিয়া উচ্ছিষ্ট রাখিবে আমার ভুজন পরমানন্দে প্রতিদিন হইবে আমার ভুজন পরমানন্দে প্রতিদিন হইবে বসিয়া শুয়া তোমার চরণে চিন্তি বসত তয়ামি
বসিয়া শুইয়া তোমার চরণ চিন্তি বসত
নাচিতে নাচিতে নিকটে যাইব নাচিতে নাচিতে নিকটে যাইব যখনই ডাকিবে তুমি সর্বস্ব তোমার চরণে সপিয়া পড়েছি তোমার ঘরে নিজের পোষণ কবু না ভাবিব রহিব ভাবের ঘরে
নিজের পোষণ কবু না
ভকতি বিনাদ তোমারে পালক ভকতি বিনাদ তোমারে পালক বলিয়া বরণ করে সর্বস্ব তোমার চরণে সপিয়া পড়েছি তোমার ঘরে তুমি তো থাকু তোমার কুকু তুমি তো থাকু তোমার কুকু বলিয়া জানা মোরে সর্বস্ব তোমার চরণে সপিয়া পড়েছি 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 তোমার ঘরে হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে। হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে। ভজিব শ্রী রাধা কৃষ্ণ, ভজিব শ্রী রাধা কৃষ্ণ, হয়া প্রেমাদি। হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে।
হরি হরি করে মোর হইবে সুদে।
রাধিকা গোবিন্দ বলি কাদি উচ্চ স্বরে, ভিজিবে সকল অঙ্গ নয়নের তীরে। এইবার করুণা কর রূপ সনাত, রূপরঘু দাসী মো শ্রীজীব জীব, শ্রীজীব জীব। হরি হরি কবে মোর হইবে সুদে। সুজন্তে মিশিয়ে গাব সুমধুর তান, আনন্দে করিব দুহা রূপ গুণ গান। হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে। এইবার করুণা কর ললিতা বিশাখা, সখ ভাবে শ্রীদাম শুভ আদি সখা। সবে মিলে দয়া কর পুরক প্রার্থনা করে সদা নরোত্তম দাস, নরোত্তম দাস। হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে। ভজিব শ্রী রাধা কৃষ্ণ, ভজিব শ্রী রাধা কৃষ্ণ, হয়া প্রেমাদি। হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে। হরি হরি কবে হইবে সুদে। নিতাই পদ কমল কোটি চন্দ্র সুশীতল যে ছায়া জগত জোড়া যে ছায়া জগত জোড়া নিতাই পদ কমল কোটি চন্দ্র সুশীতল যে ছায়া জগত জোড়া যে ছায়া জগত জোড়া সেই সম্বন্ধ নাহি যা বৃথা জন্ম গেল তা সেই পশু বড় দুরাচা নিতাই না বলিল মুখে মদিল সংসার সুখে তাই না বলিল মুখে মদিল সংসার সুখে বিদ্যাকুলে কি করিবে তা ধীর করি ধর নিতায়ের পা নিতায়ের পা নিতাই পদ কমল চন্দ্র সুশীতল যে ছায়া জগত জোড়া যে ছায়া জগত জোড়া নিতায়ের চরণ সত্য তাহার সেবক নিত্য ধর নিতায়ে চরণ দুখানি নরোত্তম বড় দুঃখী নিতাই মুরে কর সুখী নরোত্তম বড় দুঃখী নিতাই মুরে কর সুখী রাখ রঙ্গা চরণের পা ধীর Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo bolo Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo bolo
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopal Govardhana Dhare Gopal
Govinda Govinda Gopal Govardhana Dhare Gopal
Radhe Govinda Govinda
Jayam Vishnu Pad Paramhamsa Paribrajaka Acharya Ashtota Saraswati Samajchala Abhay Charana Arvinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki iskcon founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki Samaveda Gaud Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai Shri Shri Nitai Gaud Shitanath Premanandi Hari Hari Bho. All Vaishnavas who have assembled from all over the world, this afternoon's program is extraordinary. Here we are in Navadip Dham. Sarva Tirtha Brahmaya Taitika Jahapai Navadip Sharane Shailab Shastragai. Sarva Tirtha Brahmaya, if you travel to all of the holy places, Taitika Jahapai, the pilgrim, what he attains, Navadip Sharane. Just by remembering Navadip Dham, Shailab, he achieves that. Sarva Shastragai. This is the conclusion of all the Shastras. So in such a place, in Navadip Dham, just by remaining here, we're attaining the benefit of visiting all the holy places, to be discussing such a topic, how to connect with His Divine Grace, iskcon founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada, in the association of such extraordinarily qualified followers of Srila Prabhupada, who were personally trained by him and have imbibed the values of Srila Prabhupada's mission as the core of their lives. This afternoon, we'll be hearing from His Holiness Prahladananda Swami Maharaj. We'll be hearing from Hridai Chaitanya Prabhu. We'll be hearing from Brajabilash Prabhu, Madan Mohan Prabhu, Jagadish Prabhu, all devotees who have extraordinarily connected in their own lives to Srila Prabhupada, not extraordinarily, but fundamentally, in a major way, in an extraordinary way. Remarkable. They've given their lives to Srila Prabhupada's mission, and they'll be speaking them on their realizations on how to connect with him this evening. So we invite our first speaker, His Holiness Prahladananda Swami, if you could kindly come to the stage. When I see His Holiness Prahladananda Swami Maharaj, I often request, Maharaj, you should compile a book on the memories that you had with Srila Prabhupada. Maharaj being one of those extraordinarily fortunate souls who were personally trained by Srila Prabhupada. He was responsible for several temples in the United States as temple president in 1968, 1969, and in this way he personally associated with Srila Prabhupada on many occasions, and has many extraordinary personal instructions from Srila Prabhupada, which make him exceptionally qualified to speak on the topic today of how to connect to Srila Prabhupada. The responsibility that Maharaj has taken in Srila Prabhupada's mission, when you see the amount of our success rate in sannyasis, in our movement, having gone through the training that Prahladananda Swami Maharaj established in his service as sannyas minister, the success rate in our sannyas ashram has in an incredible way improved. That is such a major contribution to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And that's just one of the many extraordinary achievements that His Holiness has demonstrated in his life of dedication to Srila Prabhupada. And so we invite Maharaj, and the topic given to Maharaj this evening was cultivating our relationship with Srila Prabhupada. iskcon Paribrajaka Sannyasi, GBC, and initiating Guru, His Holiness Prahladananda Swami Maharaj.
Om Agyanatvanandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chaksur Ungmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswatum Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirvishesha Srinivadi Paskadyade Sadharane. Hare Krishna. I'm going to speak about how Prabhupada was a perfect Uttama Adhikari, and how we can, by our own perception and use of our intelligence, be able to perceive that. In the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, the introduction, Srila Prabhupada mentions, as I've mentioned often, that one American lady had asked him to recommend an edition of the Bhagavad Gita in English. And Prabhupada mentioned to that lady that actually he couldn't recommend any edition, either in America or in India, in English. Because he said none of the editions of the Bhagavad Gita that he knew of touch on the spirit of the Bhagavad Gita. And then he mentions what the spirit of the Bhagavad Gita is. He said if you want to take a medicine, you have to take the medicine according to the direction on the label or according to the expert physician. You cannot take the medicine effectively by taking it according to the recommendation of some friend who doesn't know about medicine. Similarly, the Bhagavad Gita is, in every aspect, is about Krishna being the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And this is mentioned by great acharyas, such as Ramanujacharya, Madhvacharya, Vishnu Swami, including Sankaracharya, as well as later on by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Thakur Saraswati Prabhupada. It is also mentioned in the Brahma Samhita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and other such literatures. They all declare that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, Prabhupada in the purport, he mentions that the knowledge of Krishna comes down in disciple succession. Evam parampara praptam, or imam vishate yogam praktavanaham avyam, vivsvanmanave praha mano ishvakavi pravit. I remember one time Prabhupada was giving a lecture in Buffalo, New York. He came to our university that I was a student, and there was a college, accredited college subject on Hare Krishna, Bhakti Yoga. And Prabhupada came to our class, and he asked Rupanuga, which verse should I read? But Prabhupada actually chose his own verse, and that was this verse. Imam vishate yogam praktavanaham avyam vivishvanmanave praha mano ishvakave bravit. That Krishna, he spoke to the sun god. And the sun god spoke the same message to Manu, Manu to Ikshvaku. In this way, evam para praptam imam rajarshio vidu. In this way, the knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita is coming to us. And why to us? Because each one of us, we have an eternal relation with Krishna. An eternal loving relation with Krishna. And the Bhagavad Gita reveals to us how to develop that relationship with Krishna. Now the first thing Krishna said, or after Krishna says, Bhakto sime sika cheti rahasyam hiyatam uttamam. There are two qualifications we need. One to be a friend, and the other is a devotee. Now, we may or may not know Krishna. Krishna is not so easy to know. Naham prakasha sarvasha. He's covered by his illusory energy. And what to speak of not knowing Krishna, probably most of us don't even know who we are. Even the first instruction in Bhagavad Gita, Denos minita dehe kaumaram yovanam jara. This is actual science. This is reality. There's practically no other book except for the Vaishnava literature which actually reveals to us scientific reality which we have to, on some basis or another, accept on faith. Why? Because as Krishna says, Shrivira Gunamayera Bhavar Evik Sarvam Yudam Jagat, that the whole world is covered by these three modes of material nature. and therefore we don't know Krishna as he actually is. Anyone who's identified or misidentified themselves with their gross or subtle body cannot know Krishna perfectly well. And therefore, Prabhupada writes that at least on faith, we have to accept that Krishna might be the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We don't blindly accept it, and we don't have to blindly reject it, but we have to discover it by the development of our consciousness, of our Krishna consciousness. In the same way, we have to understand that the Acharya is not going to be so easily understood by us. As Prabhupada writes, it takes one to know one. In the 5th verse of the 6th verse of the Nectar of Instruction, Prabhupada says, only a Uttama Adhikari can perfectly understand another Uttama Adhikari. Only even a Madhya Adhikari has a discrimination to see who's on what level of devotional service. Therefore, until we become liberated from the bodily concept of life, at least theoretically, we have to accept that Srila Prabhupada is the representative of Krishna, and that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, how do we know Krishna? It is said that Aishvaryasya samagrasya viryasya yashashastriyaha jnana vairagyas-chaiva shana bhyaga hitinganaha. It is said that Krishna has all opulence. He has all beauty, he has all fame, he has all wealth, he has all renunciation, he has all knowledge, he has all opulences incomplete. Now, 5 of those opulences we cannot verify with our present imperfect senses. But the one opulence we can verify is knowledge. Therefore, for that reason, hearing, Krishna says, Maya asakta manakparta yogam yunjan mayashraya. That our first business is to hear about Krishna. Jnana jagnena tenaham ishtaksa iti memiti. And one who studies Bhagavad Gita worships Krishna by his intelligence. So with our intelligence, we can understand how Krishna is giving perfect knowledge. Scientific knowledge. Knowledge which is equally true in the past, equally true in the present, and equally true will be equally true in the future. That our bodies are changing, but we ourselves, the soul within the body, are not changing. So this is the knowledge that Prabhupada perfectly explained in his purports. The introduction to human life, to understand that we're spiritual beings. If we don't understand we're spiritual beings, then we must be on the animal level of consciousness. Now, in order to understand Bhagavad Gita, it is not simply by our own little intelligence. It is said in Bhagavad Gita, as Prabhupada has explained and demonstrated in his own life. His own life, let me say this. The Shiksha Guru Ke Ka Krishna Sarup Bhakta Shrestha Antaryami Edui Rup. One should know that the super soul is the Shiksha Guru, is the representative of Krishna. As the super soul and as the best devotee, Krishna has manifested himself. Shiksha Guru Keta Krishna Swarup Antaryami Bhakti Shrestha Eduri Rup. These 2 manifestations of Krishna. So, the devotee who's situated on the transcendental platform, he's seen everything perfectly. Perfectly means he sees the soul and he sees the super soul. Samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishtantam parameshwaram vinavavana shantam yak pashyati sapashyati samam pashyani sarvatra samavasitim ishwaram nihenastyatmanatmanam tatoyati param gatim. One who sees the soul and the super soul present in all bodies, and who knows that neither the soul nor the super soul within the destructible body actually sees. So, my point is, Prabhupada was Bhakti Shrestha. Bhakti Samshana. We can understand his perfection because he emphasized three things. The eternality of the soul's dependence upon the super soul within everyone's heart, and the ultimate goal of life, Bhagavan, how to worship him. This is what Prabhupada was expert at. This was his perfection. Bhakti Samshanat. How he preached Krishna consciousness. How he manifested, simply concentrated on these three things. Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. He may have, from the external point of view, people may have thought that he had done something wrong, but everything he did, everything he was preaching about, was simply to convince people about Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. How to achieve the ultimate goal of life, to revive our relation with Krishna. Yari Deka, Tari Kaha, Krishna Upadesh, Amara Agai Gurhana Taresh. This was his perfection. He was a perfect instrument for Krishna to deliver Krishna to others. Beginning with explaining to them about their eternality, scientifically. There can be no doubt that we're eternal. There can be no doubt that every one of us is being guided by Paramatma. And there can be no doubt that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Just like all of us have a father and mother. Is that right? Anyone here was brought up by the stork or some other way? Everyone has a father and mother. And everyone's father and mother had a father and mother. Who can deny that? And if we trace our ancestry back, who will claim that in their ancestry book that there is one person hanging on a tree full of hair, great-grandfather Hare? Does anyone have such a grandfather in their family album with grandmother Lucy swinging along with him? And then you trace it back, and then you find that there's a black sheep in the family that everyone talks about, the black sheep of the family. And you turn the family album, and suddenly there's a big rock on one page, and under the title is the most solid member of the family. And you turn the page, and there's nothing. Our original ancestor is nothing. How is that possible? We know our grandfather was a person, our grandmother was a person, great-grandmother. So how is it possible that our original father and mother cannot be a person? Otherwise, how do we become a person? Where did our opulence come from? And if Paramatma is within our heart guiding us towards what? He's guiding us towards Krishna. And Prabhupada was a perfect representative who completely dedicated his energy and life, his every moment of existence, to spreading Krishna consciousness to others and practicing himself. That's called Acharya Samshanat. And Prabhupada was the perfect example of that. Thank you very much.
In recent times, I was fortunate to spend time with Prahladananda Swami, and I got the opportunity to evaluate his study of Srimad Bhagavatam. And Maharaj, he just recently took an examination for Bhakti Vaibhav, and following Srila Prabhupada's instruction that all sannyasis should take a Bhakti Vaibhav examination, Maharaj successfully graduated as a Bhakti Vaibhav in Prabhupada's mission. We can give some applause for that. And I was so fortunate to spend time with Maharaj and see how every day he's so absorbed in Srimad Bhagavatam, speaking on Srimad Bhagavatam almost every day in his life, and expressing so much jubilation in the performance of daily sadhana, and in this way living in an exemplary life of a sannyasi. So we congratulate Prahladananda Swami Maharaj for his great achievements serving Srila Prabhupada in his life. We invite our next speaker, Brajavilash Prabhu, to kindly come to the stage. Nityananda Prabhu himself, in revealing Navadip Dham to Jiv Goswami, explained that ek adbhut mandir hoy be prakash, gouranga nitya seva hoy be bikash. That in Navadip Dham there will be one adbhut mandir, never seen before, unprecedented, extraordinary, adbhut, amazing mandir. And our next speaker, Braj Bilas Prabhu, has given so much of his life to fulfill this vision of Nityananda Prabhu as a credit to Srila Prabhupada, that Prabhu's presence in our Srila Prabhupada Connect program is such a blessing that we can hear from a person who's doing so much in his life to serve Srila Prabhupada and achieve a great emblem of success for Srila Prabhupada. His Grace Brajabilash Das Adhikari. Hare Krishna. And Prabhu's topic will be Temple of Vedic Planetarium.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashtatate Shatarine Ajanulambitau Bujau Kanakavadato Sankirtan ke pitaro kamalaya daksho Vishwambaro dujabaro yugadharma palo Vande jagat priyakaro karunavataro 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 Krishna todiya padapankaja panjarantam ad eva vishutme manasa raja hamsa Prana prayana samaye kapavada pitthai kantha varodana vido smaranam kutaste smaranam kutaste smaranam kutaste. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, hey! First of all, I would like to take the blessings of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, the founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, and who had given us everything today to practice and go back home, back to garden. Secondly, I would like to take the blessings of His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, who had, under the instruction of His Divine Grace, he has given us this platform in Sridham Mayapur so that we can also practice bhakti. Thirdly, I would like to take the blessings of His Grace Janmashtami Prabhu and Atul Krishna Prabhu, who is here, and we have also His Grace Ramanipati Prabhu, giving me an opportunity to speak about the Temple of Vedic Planetarium to all the assembled Vaishnavas here and also those who are online. These days offline are very few. I think everybody is watching online. And finally, all the assembled Vaishnavas here who had come to hear about Krishna consciousness from all the speakers from morning to evening, and to connect with His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada in service, in seva. This is the only way which you can connect to Srila Prabhupada, by seva. Thank you all so very, very much for coming. Rupa Goswami in Padyavali, he quotes a very, very beautiful verse. He says, Ha Devi Kakkugbara Gadgada Yadya Vacha Yache Nipatya Bhuvi Dandavada Udbatarti Asya Prasadam Abudasya Janasya Kritva Gandharvike Nijagane Ganenam Videhi. He says, Ho Srimati Radha Rani, I have only one request. Just one request. With choking voice, I couldn't speak, tears in my eyes. I have only one request. And what is that request? And that request is, when you make your team, please include me also in your team. Let me be a team member. Hare Krishna Mata. Let me be a team member. Similarly, today we are all assembled here praying to Srila Prabhupada that please, Srila Prabhupada, let me also be a team member in your team in spreading the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in every town and village. Let me be a team member, Srila Prabhupada. Let me be in your army. The greatest mission on the planet, Bharata Bhumite Hoile Manuj Janma Jar, Janma Sartha Kori Kara, Para Upakar. If we have taken birth in Bharata Varsha, we have two responsibilities. One, to make our life perfect. Second is to make others' life perfect also. We can make our life perfect by studying Srila Prabhupada books and practicing Krishna consciousness in the way which he had given. And we can make others' life perfect by distributing his books and building the temple of Vedic Planetarium. Srila Prabhupada, he says, my idea is to attract the people of the whole world to Sridham Mayapur. He had a bigger vision for Sridham Mayapur. This is the place of pilgrimage for the entire universe. Destination. Mayapur is the spiritual capital of the world, the festival capital of the world, the educational capital of the world. And Srila Prabhupada want to establish the supremacy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, This is the purpose of this mission, to establish Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And that is why Srila Prabhupada wanted to build the largest temple, the temple of Vedic Planetarium, as his offering to Mahaprabhu. In the early days in Mayapur, Srila Prabhupada was giving an offering. On the appearance day of His Divine Grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, his Guru Maharaj. In this offering, there are only very few disciples, probably 11 or 12 disciples. In the early days, and one of which was His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. He told me this story. So Srila Prabhupada was giving an offering. In this offering, he says every Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharya has done something for Mahaprabhu, to establish Mahaprabhu. This is what the Acharyas wanted to do. So Bhakti Vinod Thakur, he went to each and every home, collected 1 rupee and built Yogapit. That was his offering to Mahaprabhu. And Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, in 14 years, he has established 64 Gaudiya Maths, of which the headquarter is Chaitanya Math. He established as the headquarters in Sridham Mayapur, when there was nothing in Sridham Mayapur. And then Srila Prabhupada said, I also wanted to build this temple and offer it to Mahaprabhu as my personal offering. And he folded his hands in front of his disciples and he said, thank you boys and girls for helping me to build this temple. And he couldn't speak anymore. Tears were in his eyes. This was the emotion and sentiment of our founder Acharya, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, in establishing the largest temple, the temple of Vedic Planetarium in Sridham Mayapur, to spread the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As Prabhu quoted a verse when I stepped into the stage, यह एक अद्भुत मंदिर होइबे प्रकाश गौरंग नित्य सेवा होइबे विकास. That from this very place a beautiful temple, Adbhut temple will manifest, and from that temple the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be spread in every town and village. And that prediction is happening in our lifetime. This is one of the greatest contribution which is Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, our Prabhupada, had given it to us so that we can perfect our life in engaging ourselves dedicatedly to serve the mission of the acharyas, so that in this way we will be connected for life. In establishing Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A reporter asked Srila Prabhupada, Swamiji, there are so many temples in India. So many temples. Why you need another one? Why you need another one? Srila Prabhupada was looking at the reporter. He didn't answer straight. He asked a question. He said, who is this lady sitting next to you? He said, Swamiji, this is my wife. Swamiji, this is my wife. He said, who is that child? It is my son. My son. Then Srila Prabhupada got him. He said, there are so many children loitering on the street. Why don't you adopt one? He didn't have any answer. He was blank. Nobody will have an answer. Then Srila Prabhupada said, you want to have your own son because you wanted to personally interact. Similarly, the devotees of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to have a personal reciprocation with their lordships. That is why we have many temples in Sridham, Mayapur. We have Shri Shri, Radha, Madhava. In Delhi, we have Shri Shri, Radha, Parthasarati. In Mumbai, we have Radha, Ras Bihari. In Vrindavan, we have Krishna Balram and Radha Yasham. Because the devotees wanted to personally reciprocate with their lordships. And Mayapur, Srila Prabhupada established as the international world headquarters. And this is where he wanted to build the largest temple. In fact, Srila Prabhupada, he had given us a nation, a Vaishnav nation. And this is the headquarters of that Vaishnav nation. We have a capital building, that is the temple of Vedic Planetarium, the crown jewel in Sridham, Mayapur. And this is not only the temple which we are building, but the whole Vedic city is being developed. You will hear from Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu when he is going to speak. I'm not sure what his topic is, but he will also touch upon the developments what we are doing in Sridham, Mayapur, to create Mayapur as the international world headquarters, the greatest tourist destination on this universe. Pilgrim destination. And Srila Prabhupada, he gave this instruction to Ambarish Prabhu in the 1975 in Detroit, when Ambarish Prabhu didn't even know where Mayapur was. And he told Ambarish Prabhu how do you like this project? Of course, if the Guru is asking, you can't say anything other than, yes, Prabhupada, wonderful project. And Ambarish Prabhu, he told Srila Prabhupada, yes, it's a wonderful project. And Srila Prabhupada immediately said, yes, you like the project, why don't you finance it? And Srila Prabhupada planted the seed of this temple in Ambarish Prabhu's heart. And Ambarish Prabhu took this instruction of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada as his life and soul, as his life. And he was contemplating for many years how to build this temple. At some point, due to various circumstances which we couldn't get permission to build this temple, he was at some point thinking to move this project to a different state. Because he wanted to fulfill the desire of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the desire of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. And finally, after so many endeavors, the permission was granted by the government in 2010, 9 and 10. And we started the foundation in 2010. This was a significant landmark achievement in putting a foundation for the future generation of Vaishnavas. Janmashtami Prabhu, how much time I have? Because you are standing, I thought I understand signals very well. Huh? Mr. Sharp, I was thinking there is a Prabhupada gift Prabhupada thing with me, I think, right? Is that joining? Okay, I'll just quickly summarize because I just can go on and on and on. So we started the project in 2010. In 2018, we installed the chakra. In 2020, we opened the Pujari floor. In 2021, we invited His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada is coming. In 2024, we opened the Narsinghadev temple. And in 2025, we opened the largest museum of the first phase of the largest museum, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Legacy Museum. In Mayapur, everything we do is big. As Srila Prabhupada said, my disease is I can only think big, and very big. And in 2027, the largest Vedic temple will be opened so that each and every one of you can connect to His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada in Sridham Mayapur, the international world headquarters, and Srila Prabhupada place of worship. And how do you worship? Worship by preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is our worship. By spreading the message of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is our worship. So now I would request Madan Mohan Prabhu. He has spent so much time and energy. We are doing this Connect with Prabhupada. Now he is having a project, Connect with Srila Prabhupada disciples. Gift Srila Prabhupada to Prabhupada disciples who are still on the planet. He wants to gift each and every one this beautiful Srila Prabhupada Murti made of coins, Sankirtan coins, from 25 countries. He had already distributed Srila Prabhupada. He had given Srila Prabhupada to 900 Srila Prabhupada disciples. Another 1,500 more to go. So I request him to come on stage. We had a program, the largest museum program, where I literally forgot to announce. This is an opportunity missed. He already asked forgiveness from him. I ask here also. Forgiveness from Madan Mohan Prabhu. Such a enthusiastic, such a very, very transcendental project, giving Srila Prabhupada, honoring Srila Prabhupada disciples for their sacrifice in giving us all a foundation so that we can practice Krishna consciousness and spread the message. So Madan Mohan Prabhu, you please come on stage. And then let us connect with your enthusiasm to share Srila Prabhupada not only with his disciples, but with each and every living entity on the planet. Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki!
Historians will write of the contribution of this individual to the spreading of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement all over the world. And for us to personally witness him being empowered by the previous acharyas to fulfill this extraordinary achievement is very wonderful. So we thank Braja Vilas Prabhu for his sharing with us this evening and helping us through the example of his own life to connect to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamine Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine. Thank you so much, Braja Vilas Prabhu. Thank you, Janmashtami Prabhu, for inviting me to say a few words about this project. Actually, at the backdrop of Braja Vilas Prabhu's glorious service to Srila Prabhupada's mission, which is literally towering on the horizon, seen from dozens of kilometers away, our effort to glorify Srila Prabhupada and his disciples is very insignificant. But then, as the science of spiritual life teaches us, there is no insignificant effort in devotional service and devotional practice. And Braja Vilas Prabhu mentioned that 2 days ago we had the grand opening of Srila Prabhupada's museum, which I think is a very apt context for what we're going to speak about very briefly. Actually, the main essence of this presentation will be the gifting of these gifts to Srila Prabhupada's disciples who have kindly come here to this program. The event is called Connect Prabhupada Connection. And I've been fortunate to listen to presentations by Bhima Prabhu, by Gouranga Prabhu, by Sarvadrik Prabhu. Also His Holiness Prahalananda Maharaj spoke so nicely about how we should make efforts to connect with Srila Prabhupada. But there is another side of this story, that Srila Prabhupada has a connection with all of us. And to illustrate that, I would like to read one excerpt from his letter to a disciple. You could call that disciple a wayward disciple. He drifted away from Krishna consciousness for some time. And Srila Prabhupada wrote to him this following. I would like to read that excerpt from his letter. Prabhupada says, "When you left," and I deliberately leave out his name. It's not really important and essential because this can apply to every one of us. Prabhupada says, "When you left us, I simply prayed to Krishna for your return to Krishna consciousness because that was my duty. Any good soul who approaches me once for spiritual enlightenment is supposed to be dependent on my responsibility to get him back to Krishna, back to home. The disciple may misunderstand the bona fide spiritual master being obliged to do so under pressure of Maya's influence. But a bona fide spiritual master never lets go a devotee once accepted. A bona fide spiritual master never lets go a devotee once accepted. When a disciple misunderstands a bona fide spiritual master, the master regrets for his inability to protect the disciple, and sometimes he cries with tears in the eyes. We shall sincerely pray for them to Krishna and shed tears for them for our inability to save them. Let us honestly pray and go ahead with Krishna consciousness." So in this letter, Srila Prabhupada writes that once he accepts his direct disciples, or for that matter any of us, he will never sever that connection from his side and will never let us go. That's his responsibility, as he writes about it, to take us all back to the spiritual world. And when I heard wonderful presentations the day before about Srila Prabhupada's museum, how Srila Prabhupada's disciples treasured every single thing they had in their possession, be it Prabhupada's shoes, or Prabhupada's chadar, or gamcha, or a coat, or anything, a typewriter. And in their minds, these items personally used by Prabhupada are surcharged with his presence. In the same manner, Prabhupada's disciples, those who were initiated by him, and those who he used in his service, are also surcharged with his presence. So this project, Gift Prabhupada, is meant to celebrate and express our deep gratitude to Prabhupada's disciples for them being Prabhupada's tadiyas, his own folks, his own vehicles for spreading Krishna consciousness in this world. So I would like to ask Devananda Shyam Prabhu to put up on the slide. So the slide about Gift Prabhupada project takes inspiration from the following promise by Srila Prabhupada. He says, "As far as I am concerned in relationships with my disciples who are so kindly cooperating with me in the matter of my rendering service to my spiritual master, for them I am always ready to come back from Goloka Vrindavan if they are not delivered along with me." We tried to make Srila Prabhupada's coming to his disciples, especially in the twilight of their lives, in the very last years of their lives. Most of them are in the late 70s, some of them are in the early or even mid-80s. We wanted to make something that would help them feel Prabhupada's presence wherever they go, wherever they are, whoever they are, whatever their connection with iskcon currently is. To all of them, Srila Prabhupada remains the most important person in their lives, the most important friend, father, well-wisher, and source of inspiration and strength. Next slide. So this gift Prabhupada has two purposes: to offer a touching and meaningful gift to every Srila Prabhupada's disciple still present, and to foster iskcon's devotees' appreciation for and service to Srila Prabhupada's disciples. Unfortunately, not all Prabhupada's disciples feel that their presence is remembered. Recently, we gave this gift to one first Prabhupada's disciple lady, Mataji Janaki. And she, without any bitterness, without any remorse, she said, "Really? I don't even know anyone knows that I exist. I didn't know that anyone knows that I exist." But to speak of remembering my name. And she burst into tears. Next slide. So this Murti, I have it right in front of me, but you won't be able to see it from afar. You can see it on the screen. So it has those special elements that help Prabhupada's disciples feel reconnected with Prabhupada. Number one is the trunk of the tree under which Prabhupada was born in 1896, the jackfruit tree. We have made this box with the elements of that tree, and the trunk of the tree behind Prabhupada is made with that original jackfruit tree wood under which Prabhupada was born. And then, as Brajavilas Prabhu already mentioned, the brass Murti itself has coins from the 25 countries of the world that were donated for Prabhupada's books, and they are alloyed into the Murti, because Prabhupada says, "I'm in my books," and we wanted to include Prabhupada in his books somehow in equivalent, the financial equivalent. Next slide. So far we have distributed Murtis to, this is slightly outdated, about 850 Prabhupada's disciples across the world. You can see the geography from Australia to the United States, from UK to South Africa. Next slide. And 360 more Murtis are ready to be shipped to these countries, to Venezuela, Mexico, Brazil, Hawaii, Canada, and other places, China. Next. Of the estimated 2,500 Prabhupada's disciples that are still living and contactable, we have the names of only 1,200. Next. There are devotees who have contributed very generously to this project, and the GBC members who are listed here have also offered their support in finding these Prabhupada's disciples and sending their names. Next. Next slide. What we'd like to ask you, and you will be able to do that at the end of this program, here in the corner, there will be a devotee with a QR code. His name is Shyama Gaura Das here. He will be able to help you submit the names of Prabhupada's disciples in your regions, those who you would like to receive these Murtis, to submit their names and contact information, and we'll be able to deliver these Murtis to them. Next. This is the QR code. You will be able to scan it later on. And now the most special part of this presentation, for which I requested Brajavilas Prabhu to stand patiently on the stage. Thank you, Prabhuji. It is, we wanted to augment Prabhupada's museum with this special gift, the one that expresses Prabhupada's connectedness to all of his disciples. Now the items in the museum are connected with Prabhupada, but the way Prabhupada connects with his disciples is also through this image, his personal Murti. Prabhupada said, "I am non-different from my Murti," and I would like to hand this Murti over to Brajavilas Prabhu for the museum display. This Murti was offered to Chitra Devi at Shri Radha Madhava the day before. You can see on the screen. Devanand Shyam Prabhu, can you put the picture back on? See, Chitra Devi, she is of the Ashtasaki, she is responsible for all fine things like paintings and sculpture, handicraft, and she is also, of all the gopis, she is the most gentle and the most kind, very merciful. And we ask her to give the Murti to Shri Radha Madhavaji, and from their hands we give that Murti to Brajavilas Prabhu for safekeeping in the Prabhupada Museum. And last but not the least, we are fortunate to have Prabhupada's disciples among us. We have His Grace Bhaktarupa Prabhu, a long time Prabhupada's servant, a devotee who is, I'm afraid to speak in front of him about his qualities because he may curse me. I don't want, anyway. It's not proper for me to even start glorifying Bhaktarupa Prabhu because he doesn't like it. We have Rukma Prabhu, very fortunate with us. We have Vridha Prabhu, who, as I understand, you already got this Murti last year in Mayapur, correct? With your wife. We have Vedavyas Priya Swami Maharaj, and we were supposed to also get the association of His Holiness Bhakti Raghava Maharaj. Has he come? Bhakti Raghava Maharaj? He hasn't come yet, no. And if I may ask, and Ajamila Prabhu, yes, Ajamila Prabhu also. Thank you very much. If you could kindly come forward so we could give the Murtis to you. And Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, as the GBC member and the co-director of Mayapur, has agreed to give these Murtis, the special gifts to Prabhupada's disciples, so we could properly honor them. Thank you so much. You are, for us, the connection with Srila Prabhupada, and by honoring you, you don't have to come on stage if you can, as you like, because Bhaktarupa Prabhu specifically asked not to go on stage. But if you like to, you're most welcome. Bhaktarupa Prabhu, can you please come forward? Bhaktarupa Prabhu. Maharaj, Vedavyas Priya Maharaj, would you mind? Please come in forward. And thank you very much for accepting this token of appreciation and gratitude for all of you. We thought, what could we possibly offer to you? And the only thing we could think about is somehow rather offering you what you have given to us, Prabhupada, back. Just like one offers the Ganges water to the Ganges, we can offer Prabhupada we received from you back to you. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. And after we give the gifts, we'll play a short video about this project so you can all see feedback from other Prabhupada's disciples who have already received these gifts.
Bhaktarupa Prabhu, Vedavyas Priya Swami Maharaj. Ajamil Prabhu. Ridha Prabhu. While Madan Mohan Prabhu is garlanding Srila Prabhupada disciples.
Devotees in Russia, on behalf of the whole iskcon society, wanted to make an offering to each Prabhupada disciple, commemorating their service, sacrifice, all their dedication, and everything that throughout their lives they have given to Srila Prabhupada and surrendered to Srila Prabhupada's service.
very happy to announce to you, in case you don't know yet, about the beautiful program which is called Gift Prabhupada. And the idea of this program is to present a little Murti, 55 millimeter high Murti of Srila Prabhupada, to all living disciples of Srila Prabhupada. There is around 2,000 of them still with us, and by giving them Murti, we're giving them the chance to meet with Srila Prabhupada again. This beautiful Murti is molded from the bronze, and the bronze is taken from the coins, and the coins are obtained during Sankirtana, distributing Srila Prabhupada books. In all 25 countries which Srila Prabhupada visited during his earthly sojourn, during his preaching in this world.
I think it's very kind and gracious, and I really appreciate the devotees showing their gratitude in that way. So thank you very much.
It is you that's inspiring us. Sincerely, thank you, Jai. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for this most wonderful gift. Hare Krishna.
When I first saw the Murti, I was amazed how lifelike it is, and I was just so pleased by this whole idea. You have all my blessings. Hare Krishna.
So it must be some expense, I would think, quite a bit of expense, because it's so well done. Honestly, it's one of the most beautiful Murtis of Srila Prabhupada that I've ever seen. There's a whole technology. This is very, very exact, very detailed. So the fact that there's been so much intention and thought in it, I'm sure it will be successful.
The amount of love from Prabhupada came through this Murti. It's one thing to buy a Murti or ask for a Murti, but if someone gives you a Murti as a gift, really this is the first Murti I've ever received, the one of Prabhupada, so I took it as something so special. And I immediately ran out and got Vyasa-san and pillows and chadar, and I'll make clothes for him.
It's very small, it's easy to bathe Prabhupada, and it's also easy for traveling, which is very important.
When somebody does something like that for you, you're humbled by the kindness and the significance of it. So I'm very grateful, and in fact, I'm so grateful that I don't know, I'm stuck trying to figure out a way how to reciprocate what I can do to show my gratitude.
I'm sure that I will get the empowerment to preach, because he only is giving me the power, and I am just his instrument, his servant. So I thank you very much for this gift. I will treasure him very much.
Many devotees can get beautiful Murti of Srila Prabhupada.
So far as I'm concerned, in relationship with my disciples who are so kindly cooperating with me in the matter of my rendering service to my spiritual master, for them I am always ready to come back from Goloka Vrindavan if they are not delivered along with me. That is so encouraging. And he's got a nice pillow. Gosh, very nicely done. Thank you so very much.
Nice gift of love given by the Russian devotees to the Prabhupada disciples. It's a wonderful exchange of love. It helps strengthen our relationships.
And beautiful, meaningful photographs of the past of Prabhupada sitting alone with, frankly speaking, low-class people. We came from a very low-class background. And Prabhupada picked us up out of that and made us devotees.
I'll have him with me the whole time. And I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
I wish it all success. I'm sure that that Srila Prabhupada and the whole Parampara will bless it.
It's probably one of the most amazing gifts I've ever received in my life.
It's a personalized gift, and I'm very appreciative for that gesture. Thank you so much.
Spasibo.
Reflect on how fortunate we are in this generation of iskcon devotees.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Atul Krishna Prabhu. Thank you, all Prabhupada's disciples who came. Bhaktarup Prabhu, Vedavyas Priya Maharaj, Rida Prabhu, Ajamil Prabhu, Rukma Prabhu. Thank you. And please bless us so we could continue giving these murtis out to Prabhupada's disciples. As I mentioned, there are about 1,500 more to be found and given these murtis. If you happen to know anyone, some disciples of Prabhupada, please contact Shyama Gaura Das Brahmachari. He is right there with a QR code, and you can scan the code and it will open up a form which you can fill up and submit it to us with the name of Prabhupada's disciple. And we count on your blessings. And thank you, Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, for gracing the occasion with your presence. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Oh, I forgot to tell you something, sorry. Very important. This piece of metal is actually these coins melted together from the 25 countries of the world, a small piece of that. So this is the equivalent of Prabhupada's presence in all the places he preached in the form of this alloy. And this is what we add to all the murtis.
Thank you, Madan Mohan Prabhu. We invite our next speaker, Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, kindly come to the stage. When we reflect on contribution of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, with this great fortune of this generation, I've personally always been under the guidance of Prabhupada's disciples in my 40 years of Krishna consciousness. Always been directly under Srila Prabhupada's disciples for my guidance, and in the future devotees won't have that good fortune. So how wonderful it is for us to appreciate those Prabhupada disciples who are present with us while we still have them present. Thank you very much for attending the program this evening and helping us connect more deeply to Srila Prabhupada. Our next speaker, Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu. Nityananda Prabhu directly explains to Jiv Goswami that Navadip Darshan Kore Jai John Janme Labe Shai Krishna Prime Dham. Navadip Darshan Kore Jai John, that person who sees Navadip Dham, Janme Labhe Shai Krishna Prime Dham, they will get life after life Krishna Prema. So just imagine the role that Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu is playing in fulfilling this vision of Nityananda Prabhu, that just by coming to Navadip Dham, people will get Krishna Prema. And how many people will come to Navadip Dham as a result of the efforts of Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu. And so to have him here this evening to share with us his realizations on connecting with Srila Prabhupada on the topic of what can we do best for Srila Prabhupada, we welcome His Grace Hridaya Chaitanya Das Adhikari, iskcon GBC and manager, the co-director for Mayapur, and a person who's personally given his life to fulfilling the mission of Srila Prabhupada in Mayapur Dham.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Atul Krishna Prabhu. And thank you, Janmaster. Ramanipati Prabhu and others to organize this event to connect with Srila Prabhupada. So I chose the title, What Will Please Srila Prabhupada the Most? Om Agyanatimarandasya Gyananya Slakaya Shakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. So if somebody asks the questions, what will please Srila Prabhupada the most, and normally you expect to receive like one answer. But there are many times Srila Prabhupada mentioned that this is most important. So that gives us an opportunity to mention many things that Srila Prabhupada considered very important for his mission. To fulfill the mission of his Guru Maharaj, because he was most pleased when the devotees helped him fulfilling that mission. So, in order to advance in Krishna consciousness, there are many aspects that need to be fulfilled, and Srila Prabhupada urged his followers to implement these, to serve the greater goal of coming closer to Krishna and to ultimately develop love for Krishna. In general, we can say that Srila Prabhupada's pleasure lies in serving the mission of his Guru Maharaj, the instruction he got early in his Grihastha life to spread this mission all over the world. And Srila Prabhupada is most pleased when we print his books, distribute his books, and study his books. And Srila Prabhupada said in a letter to Sudama in January 1974, I am most pleased when my books are distributed. If you love me, then distribute my books. And in a letter to Bhaktarupa Prabhu, who is here with us, Srila Prabhupada wrote, the real initiation is received by reading my books. That was in October 74. And in a letter to Tripurari Prabhu in December 76, he said, if you simply push on this one activity of distributing my books all over the world, you will actually be performing the highest service to Krishna. And to Amsadutta Prabhu, he wrote that my books are the real contribution. They will go on preaching when I am no longer here. Another way of pleasing Srila Prabhupada is by showing our loyalty. Bhakti Charuswami, who was with Srila Prabhupada in the last 6 months or so as his personal servant in 1977, he always quoted this statement of Srila Prabhupada that he made in a room conversation in May 77. Your love for me will be shown by how much you cooperate with each other after I leave. So this is a very important statement, because Srila Prabhupada was concerned about the future of his movement. He had worked so hard to bring it to a certain point. So that's why this statement is so important. How will we cooperate with each other after he leaves? And another statement, somewhat connected to that, he wrote in a letter to Tusta Krishna. Srila Prabhupada said, if you love me, then remain in iskcon and serve and never leave. So this is what Bhakti Charuswami always instilled in his disciples, these two statements. To never leave iskcon. Because sometimes the boat rocks, and sometimes one can become seasick, one can become disturbed, one can have some difficulties. But even though the boat rocks and things are not always going the way we think it should go, then still we should see Krishna's hand in that, and we should go through these difficulties and learn from these difficulties and see the hand of Krishna in these difficulties and stay within iskcon and work out things so that iskcon and we become better. Another statement which Srila Prabhupada was pleased is in relation to farm communities and self-sufficiency. Srila Prabhupada in a conversation said, the real problem is that people are not producing their own food. They should be self-sufficient. This is the real solution. And in December 74, he wrote to Rupanuga Prabhu, I am especially pleased to hear of your farm projects. If these farm projects are organized and managed nicely, we can save the world from the hellish condition. And all our temples will become independent. Whatever happens, Srila Prabhupada wanted the temples to be self-sufficient. And that would be very pleasing to him. So that whatever happens in the world, locally, nationally, internationally, that at any time the devotees, communities would be able to provide for themselves. And in a lecture in 73 June, Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna is a coward boy. He loves cows. We should follow in his footsteps. Because cows, agriculture, they belong together in self-sufficiency. Another statement in relation to Varnashram, that Srila Prabhupada in the last months expressed to Bhakti Charuswami, to his servant, that I was not able to complete my mission, and indicating that 50% was left of his mission to teach his disciples about Varnashram. So Srila Prabhupada would have wanted us to reach our own potential because that is the essence of Varnashram. Because in Varnashram one works according to his own Varna, according to his own nature. And it begins with understanding our own nature and then collaborating with each other. So Srila Prabhupada made a statement in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 4th canto. Without the institution of Varnashram, there is no proper guidance for society. Because even our own iskcon society is growing and growing. So this it's important, this introduction of Varnashram and applying it, the 4 Varnas and 4 ashrams. Another point Srila Prabhupada made is about the establishing deity worship and temples. Wherever there is the chanting of the holy name and worship of the deity, there will be no scarcity. Make the temple ideal places so that people will be attracted and come and see how we are living our Krishna consciousness. That's from a letter to Giriraj Swami. Another statement where Srila Prabhupada says in a conversation in February 1977, if you want to please me, distribute my books and do not change anything. And then another statement where Srila Prabhupada says, what will please me the most is that all of my disciples strictly follow the rules and regulations of Krishna consciousness, chant 16 rounds, and preach this movement with great enthusiasm. That was from a letter to Madhudvisa in February 75. Srila Prabhupada states in another letter to Hamsadutta that by strictly following the regulative principles and chanting 16 rounds daily, one remains pure and potent. When Srila Prabhupada was giving a lecture in Detroit in 1971, one devotee named Bahulasva, he asked Srila Prabhupada, what is the thing that would please you the most? And Srila Prabhupada at first simply said, chant Hare Krishna. And then the devotees, Hare Krishna. And then Prabhupada said, that is the simple thing. You are chanting, I am very much pleased. That's all. I came to your country to chant, that you chant also along with me. So you are helping me by chanting. So I am pleased. But this tendency is very nice, that you want to please me. So Srila Prabhupada congratulated him for asking the question. Because it's an important question when you are serving your spiritual master, you want to please him. So it is a natural question to ask, how can I please you the most? And Prabhupada said, that is very good. And to please me is not very difficult. Srila Prabhupada was very much pleased if we establish food for life and distribute prasadam widely. In a letter to Kirtananda Prabhu, in June 67, in the early time, he wrote, simply by eating prasadam and hearing a little, they will gradually come to Krishna consciousness. So another way to please Srila Prabhupada is by renouncing our wealth. In May 66, Srila Prabhupada said, following in the footsteps of Srila Rupa and Sanatana Goswami, we should renounce our wealth and give 50% for the spreading of Krishna consciousness, 25% for our relatives, and 25% savings. And I will close by reading that Srila Prabhupada was most pleased when his followers studied the Vedic scriptures, studied his books. He said that the highest standard of education is knowledge of the signs of Krishna. The standard of material education is sense gratification. But the highest standard of spiritual education is knowledge of the signs of Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, it gives us great assurance when we see that the vision of Nityananda Prabhu, gouranga nitya shaiva hoibe bikash. From Mayapur Dham, the city which is Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu is playing such a key role in developing, from that city, the service of Gouranga will spread all over the world. And for us to be fortunate to be able to witness this event, which is a once in a lifetime of Lord Brahma, such an event of the opening of the tovp, from which Nityananda Prabhu predicted that the Gouranga Seva would spread all over the world, and we'll be witnessing that in our very lives. And it gives us great assurance when we see that such learned scholars of Srila Prabhupada's writings will be leading us into the next generation, when we're actually functioning, when devotees are coming from all over the world, and the thousands, like Lord Shiva having to capture Marganga on his head, how we're preparing to receive the hundreds of millions of people who will be coming to Navadip Dham and seeing the Temple of Vedic Planetarium. And Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu, a key figure in developing the city in which this unique event in the history of mankind is appearing before our eyes. Thank you, Hridaya Chaitanya Prabhu. And we invite Jagadish Prabhu to the stage. Jagadish Prabhu, a key sevak in the Russian Samaj in Mayapur Dham, or Russian Vaishnav Samaj, where he regularly discusses Gita and Bhagavat. Prabhu was born in Russia, and he grew up in Israel, and he's been residing in Navadip Mayapur for more than 10 years, and is an exemplary student of the Goswami Grantha, and in this way exemplifying the life of a Dhambasi. And we're fortunate to have Prabhu this evening share with us the topic of showing our love for Srila Prabhupada through cooperation. Jagadish Prabhu, Dasadikari, Dhambasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you very much. And thank you all, dear devotees. I don't want to even sit down, and I want to stand in front of you all. Thank you, Janmastami Prabhu, for inviting me for this event. It's a privilege. And I would like to say one prayer by Raghunath Das Goswami. And this is the prayer that I offer every day to Srila Prabhupada as a prayer of gratitude. Namasheshtam manumapi sachiputra trasvarupam rupam tasyagrajamu rupuri maturim goshtavadim radha kundam girivaramaho radhika madavasam praptoyasya pratita kripaya shigurutam natosmi. So everybody knows that prayer is just a list of things that we're grateful to Srila Prabhupada. And I won't talk much because Hridai Chaitanya Prabhu kindly already introduced the topic that I was gonna say a few words on it. It's how to show our love to Srila Prabhupada by cooperating. And we know as a fact it's not so easy in the age of Kali, age of quarrel and hypocrisy. So taking the example from Srila Prabhupada himself, how he cooperated with sometimes uncooperable individuals. It wasn't easy for him. We know historically how he tried to cooperate with his family members, and it was perfect from his side, but it wasn't really good from theirs. Then with his god brothers, it was difficult. We know his letters, we know the history, we know Srila Prabhupada never gave up, and he was perfect in his relationship, but people didn't cooperate it as much. And then with his disciples, obviously it was much better, but also we know from his books, from his conversations, and from his Bhaktivedanta purpose, which he mentions sometimes even there in the Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, how it is a struggle. So if we take cooperation, we should really think what is it actually? Is it the cause or is it an effect? In my humble opinion, it's an effect, and the cause, it's love and trust that Srila Prabhupada had. And he trusted his disciples despite, like Hridai Chaitanya Prabhu mentioned, despite their faults, despite their young age, and etc., etc. So he trusted us, basically, in all the generation that will come of his followers. So we're really, really grateful to Srila Prabhupada giving us this society. And cooperation means we trust each other, we try our best, and we take example from Srila Prabhupada and never, ever give up. And trying again and again, although I know for myself personally, it's not easy, but it is possible because Srila Prabhupada wants us to do that. So with his blessing, it is possible. So I would like to invite our Harinam group on the stage because my Guru Maharaj, Srila Kavichanda Swami, who is right there, I'm very honored to speak in front of him. He said, less talk, more Kirtan. So I guess this is what we'll do now. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you, Jagadish Prabhu. And we appreciate your sharing again, demonstrating ideal life of a dhambasi, absorption and sadhana, as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his teachings to Rupa Goswami explained. The most important practices of sadhana bhakti, Sharu Shanga, Naam Kirtan, Bhagavat Shravan, Maturava, Sri Murti, Shraddhaya, Sheban, Shakal Sharon Shrestha, E Pachanga, of all of the 5 items of sadhana, epachanga, these 5 items of chanting the holy name, associating with devotees, studying Srimad Bhagavatam, living in the holy dham and worshipping a deity, to be able to hear from Jagadish Prabhu, who is personally demonstrating daily practice of these 5 items of sadhana. And in this way showing an ideal life of a grihasta and in Srila Prabhupada's movement. And in this way connecting with the essential teachings of Srila Prabhupada as given in his books. So thank you, Jagadish Prabhu. A reminder, Vaishnavas from all over the world who are present here in our Srila Prabhupada Connect Festival. This evening we'll be having eminent speakers present on the stage in a panel-like discussion facilitated by His Grace Pancharatna Prabhu. Eminent speakers like Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj and other eminent Bhakti Shaga Rasayana Swami Maharaj. And other sannyasis who are participating in the Srila Prabhupada Connect Festival. And we invite you to remain after the Mayapur Harinam group performs the Sankirtan Yajna for us to all participate in and be part of the panel discussion with several leaders of our movement deeply connected to Srila Prabhupada, including Srila Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. And now we invite the Mayapur Harinam party to perform the Naam Sankirtan. Hare Krishna. Some of the eminent speakers who will be joining our panel this evening are His Holiness Kavi Chandra Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Devamrita Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Shyam Bhagawan Keshav Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Rasayana Shagar Swami Maharaj and Gouranga Prabhu. So, Bhakti Rasayana Shagar Swami Maharaj is already present with us in the pandal, and we're expecting the arrival of the other eminent sannyasi paribrajakaracharya sannyasis to share with us the topic of connecting to Srila Prabhupada. And that program will continue. They'll be discussing the urgent need. In the panel we'll be discussing experiencing Prabhupada's presence in our lives. After a Harinam Kirtan, a panel will be discussing experiencing Prabhupada's presence in our lives. Devamrita Swami Maharaj, Kavi Chandra Swami Maharaj, Sayam Bhagavan Keshav Swami Maharaj, Bhakti Rasayana Saga Swami Maharaj. So please remain and take advantage of this extraordinary opportunity to deepen your connection to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Sri Mayapur Harinam Party.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Tali Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatyade Shatarine. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Jai Prabhupada. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo, Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Harinam Sankirtana ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Hare Krishna Mahamantra Yuga Dharma ki jai, Gaur Pramanande, Hare Bol, Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai, jai, jai. So we're just going to take a few minutes to get the stage set up for our next program tonight. Really, I think this is kind of the culmination of a day of glorifying, remembering Srila Prabhupada. We're going to have a little panel discussion. We've been very, very fortunate that, so Prabhupada's going to come and sit here? Is that? Okay, so we need chairs to be set up, first of all, and microphones. So, Hare Krishna. So whoever is in charge of the microphones? Yeah. So we're going to be setting things up. We have 6 people, 5 panelists, and myself. So we can set up all the chairs. And then the microphones. Everyone needs to have a microphone, if we can set that up. And meanwhile, I'll just introduce the program. So as you all know, this event is being organized by the Prabhupada Network here in Mayapur. And the Prabhupada Network was established just very recently by devotees living here, it's led by Janmashtami Prabhu, in order to try to help our community to go deeper into their relationship with Srila Prabhupada. Now, this is being broadcast. It's on Mayapur TV, and especially this program this evening, we hope we can share worldwide, because the topic that we're going to be dwelling upon and entering into, I think touches, is close to the hearts of every member of our movement. And that is feeling, experiencing Srila Prabhupada's presence today. Two of our panel members, Devamrita Maharaj and Kavi Chandra Maharaj, myself as the host, had the good fortune of being in the physical presence of Srila Prabhupada during his manifest Leela here. But throughout that time, he often stressed that the physical presence is actually secondary. And it's the presence by Vani that is most essential. So, are we ready? We got chairs? Okay, good. I'm going to ask our panel members that are here. Some of the panel members are going to join a little later, and several are here right now. To begin with, Devamrita Maharaj, an old friend from New York. Please come to the stage. Let's welcome Devamrita Maharaj. Oh, thank you. And then I'd like to ask Bhakti Rasayan Sagar Maharaj. First of all, is Kavi Chandra Maharaj here? He is here. Okay. So Kavi Chandra Maharaj, please come up. Thank you. Oh, Hare Krishna. Is this, yeah, okay, this is, please come up and have a seat. And then Bhakti Rasayan Sagar Maharaj, if you could also join us. And Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. And Gouranga Prabhu will be joining us. He just had he has so many responsibilities, and he had a call that he just couldn't, conference call that needed to be done. So, the format of our program tonight, I am blessed, you could say, with the opportunity to ask questions. And that's one of the things I most like to do, is ask questions. I have many. And I enjoy asking questions, and I enjoy hearing the answers from these elevated devotees. So that's my job. We will be going through questions that have been already considered, or I should say selected. But we will also, I'm sure, in the course of our discussions, we're going to have more questions. So this is a kind of a free forum and for the panelists. We don't want to lock you into anything. We are expecting somewhere around, I think, 7:15 or so, 7:30, that His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj, despite his ill health, he feels so strongly about this topic that he wanted to come and give a few words. So whenever he comes, we'll just pause our panel discussion, and then we will hear from him. Okay? And then after he has gotten a chance to speak with us, I think he'll have to go back, and then we'll continue until roughly 8:30, or depending on how long he needs to speak. So, First, I've introduced your names, but not much more about you. Let's start. I invited Devamrita Maharaj to the stage first. So Devamrita Maharaj is an old friend from New York. We were together in Henry Street there in Brooklyn. He is now serving as a member of the Governing Body Commission, particularly with New Zealand and Australia. Has also initiated many disciples, written books. I'm not going to spend a lot of time now going into details about each one of our panelists because you can learn much, much more than I could say here by going on Google or whatever and reading about them. Kavi Chandra Maharaj, again, I think it was 1970 that you, and Maharaj, you were 73 or 72 that you?
72, 73.
72, 73. They joined our movement and became initiated by Srila Prabhupada. Kavichandra Maharaj, I know you as one of the traveling Radha Damodar devotees. I know that you then started traveling all over the world, and now you are a member of the governing body, and you were at Japan and West Africa, and you probably a long list. It would take a long time to recount. And we've spent time in New York, a wonderful time there as well. Bhakti Rasayan Sagar Maharaj, initiated by Indradyumna Maharaj. Originally, you're Russian born, I guess, but travel and do many things. But basically, the Russian-speaking language areas is your focus. And Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj, our newest sannyasi on the block here. You have been known in the past as Sutapa Prabhu and you're an author, you have online preaching, and now you're also, I think, the zonal supervisor in parts of UK, and that's many other services. We don't have enough microphones. We wanted to have everyone with a microphone. So what's going on here? Mic men. Yeah, it's much easier. I'd want, to pass the mic is... Can we get microphones to the other two? Oh, we have a portable mic? If we can? Okay. I'm going to take this chair. Also, I want to welcome not only all of you in the audience, but everyone out there in TV land, mayapurtv, and since this will be shared in the future to all of you who watch this after it's recorded and distributed, welcome to you all also. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Just to set the tone, I wanted to read from a GBC document that was published, I think, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, called the Founder Acharya. And this is an official statement on Srila Prabhupada's position. And this, I think, is what is going to be what we're really talking about. Okay. It states, we revere and learn from the many great acharyas in our line. Yet, as iskcon founder acharya, Srila Prabhupada becomes unique among them for us. In iskcon, Srila Prabhupada himself remains present. Generation after generation, as the single prominent Shiksha Guru, immanent in the life of each and every iskcon devotee, a perpetual, indwelling, active, guiding, and directing presence. So these are the themes we want to explore. Presence. Presence in guiding. Presence in active presence. Okay? How does that work? So that's our question. So I'm going to, because we have, I'm thinking that I'll just, because all of you I know have something to say about this. So what I'm thinking is just to start things off, I'll ask Devamrita Maharaj and Kavichandra Maharaj as GBC members to give some of their responses. And then, so for the first questions at least, all of you, I'm going to ask you all to respond. Is that okay? Yeah, that works? All right. These panel discussions can be not so easy when you have, especially you have so many people. Not so many, but okay. So, I sent you these questions before, so you should be a little familiar with it. But the first one that I wanted to ask goes to kind of the, what's the significance? So the way I put it is, what's your understanding of the importance for ISKCON members to connect deeply and experience the presence of Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya? So, Devendra Maharaj, if you could lead us off with your thoughts on this. And any other, we just as an aside, we did many Mangalacharnas for this whole program in the beginning. So this is a continuance of the whole program. Excuse me?
Do you have another? Yes.
So Jai Srila Prabhupada, thank you very much, and now we're going. Hare Krishna.
Just like when an airplane is seeking to land at the airport, it needs some kind of guidance system, rudimentary to very sophisticated. And there are airports in the world that are very tricky to land on. Yet because of a good guidance system, the planes are able, most of the time, to land properly. Similarly, Srila Prabhupada is our guidance system. There can be so many activities going on in ISKCON, but the guiding light of Srila Prabhupada keeps everything on course. Many of you may have noted that there can be varied opinions about how to do things, how not to do things. That's to be expected because we're all individuals. But because of Srila Prabhupada as the foundation, everything can stay on course. Even amidst varied individuals, varied opinions, varied methodologies, varied strategies, because we have that foundation, we're able to stay together and move forward. Previously, Gaudiya Vaishnavism was like a village phenomenon. And then Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur took it to the cities of India. And then Srila Prabhupada took it all over the world, to the cities and nations of the world. This is a very great achievement to go from kind of the village guru concept to an international society for Krishna consciousness. And this is possible, to go from the village guru system to an international society. It's possible because of Srila Prabhupada as the founder Acharya, as the foundation, as the anchor, as the central core.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good lead-in and getting us oriented. I remember seeing something with how difficult it is for those planes to land. They really have to go right on the mark in order to get there. Kavichandra Maharaj, could you speak a few words?
I'll just read this question. Hare Krishna. what is your understanding of the importance for all iskcon members to connect deeply and experience the presence of Srila Prabhupada as our founder Acharya? Well, that's a big one, but absolutely necessary, because the movement is Prabhupada. Prabhupada said it's his body. This iskcon is his body, and so we're all limbs, and all of us, and we can connect. Most of us, Prabhupada's disciples, we didn't have very much, close association physically. Myself, I heard so many times the leader of our party, wherever Prabhupada was in America, he would take off. Service and separation is higher. Bye-bye. And so you all get that mercy, but now you can connect. Of course, we have all of Prabhupada's books, which we didn't have. We have all of his lectures, all of his morning walks. Some of us went on a few morning walks. It was just getting recordings wasn't very common of lectures and stuff in the early days. But whatever we had, Prabhupada was there, and he's still there even more. Everywhere we look, it's just reminded of Prabhupada. Now, yesterday we opened that museum. I recommend everyone to go and spend some time there to see what an amazing person, how many, not only people, his lives he touched personally, but how many things. Like they have so many paraphernalia that Prabhupada used in many places in the world. It's just incredible. I was thinking, when I leave, there's nothing, There'll be nothing for anybody to think about, but Prabhupada, everybody just gave him things, and he'd use it a little bit and give it away. Now devotees are inspired, because if it's in this museum, it's there for, however long the Kali Yuga lasts. If somebody's keeping it at home, who knows what's going to happen to it. But in this place, it's for everybody to, and it's not just seeing something, it's an experience. Those things are, the vibrations, you go in Vrindavan also, every little thing that's in there is just glowing, with Prabhupada's energy. So we're very, very fortunate, especially just associating with devotees and, doing whatever service is. Prabhupada accepts all service, he just cares about the attitude. He'll be happy with anything you do.
Yeah. Sagar Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Address this, the importance of this presence for our movement, the members of our society, to feel that presence, experience it.
Yes, a special position of Srila Prabhupada is even recognized by outside people. Like we heard that CNN listed Srila Prabhupada as one of the 10 top achievers of the 20th century, even though materialists calculate money-wise. But even in that category, Srila Prabhupada came as one of the biggest achievers in 20th century. So, yes, as Devamrita Maharaj mentioned, Srila Prabhupada really took it to the level, Krishna consciousness, to the level no one could imagine. And interestingly enough, I came across the conversation in which one disciple of Srila Prabhupada glorified him. He said, "You're achieving so much, no one could imagine that you will achieve so much." And Prabhupada said, "Yes, I know. No, even I could not imagine that I will achieve so much." So Srila Prabhupada really showed us an amazing example of empowerment, and he told that he will live in his books, for example. And it's really important for us because he is the model and the guide for perfect and pure Krishna consciousness. And if we want to be perfectly and purely Krishna conscious, we need to keep our connection and develop our relationship with Srila Prabhupada through three primary things. One is, of course, his books. As he said, the best I have is in my books. And second, a legacy, powerful legacy he left is his disciples. That just by associating with Srila Prabhupada disciples, we, get completely new understanding, fresh understanding of what Krishna consciousness is in so many ways. And second is Srila Prabhupada society, which is really empowered, as Srila Prabhupada was. And so through these three medias, books, disciples, and devotees in general society, Srila Prabhupada has manifested himself very powerfully. And it's really important that we continue taking his guidance for our success.
Yeah. Maharaj.
Just to build on what the other speakers have said, the material world is a confusing place. And the material world in Kali Yuga is an even more confusing place. And the material world in Kali Yuga in the West, overcome by materialism, is an even more confusing place. And therefore I think Srila Prabhupada, his importance is in the fact that he brought clarity to a very confusing time. The Shastra may give all the principles of how to navigate through the forest of the material world and go back home, back to Godhead. But it's really the Acharya that teaches us how to live that Shastra, how to apply that Shastra, how to find the essence of that Shastra, and where to put the emphasis in the particular time, place and circumstance in which we're living. And so I think Srila Prabhupada's importance is that he brings clarity to a very confusing time. And it's also very interesting that when the Acharya comes and he brings clarity to a very confusing time, when the Acharya then departs from the world, that confusion can set in again. And therefore, realigning ourselves, reconnecting ourselves, rededicating ourselves to the Acharya after their physical departure from the world is essentially important, because again that confusion can come back in. So for me, the way I see Srila Prabhupada is he's the one that clears the confusion.
Thank you. Moving into our next kind of arena of question, I wanted to just read something that has from a conversation that took place back in 1975 in a press conference, and this is quite a famous quote. Many of you may have already heard, but it's worth reflecting on now. A reporter asked, what will happen to the movement in the United States? He was in the United States. When you die. And Prabhupada's response, I will never die. And there was, the devotees all exclaimed, Jai, Jai. And Prabhupada continued, I shall live for my books, and you will utilize. So our next question goes to that presence, that never dying, that being alive, being still here, being with us. Obviously, he's not physically with us in the same way he was, walking and speaking. But he's making it very emphatic, and this is not the only place. This is one famous place, but there's quite a few places where Srila Prabhupada gives the same message. I will not die. I will live. I am going to be alive and with you. So What's that kind of presence? How do you understand that? And maybe since you were the last to speak, we'll go with you first, Kesha Maharaj.
Yeah, I talked about confusion and how the world is a confusing place and how Srila Prabhupada is the one guiding us back. I think when we connect to Srila Prabhupada's teachings in such a way that we see that those teachings are equipping us with everything we need to navigate life. When we read Prabhupada's books and we can understand that all my questions are being answered, when we read Srila Prabhupada's books and we can understand that all the decisions I need to make in my life, clarity is coming through Srila Prabhupada's teachings. When we read Srila Prabhupada's books and we feel as though there are doubts in my mind, but now I'm reading Prabhupada's books, those doubts are being cleared. I think when we tangibly feel all of these things happening, we feel Srila Prabhupada is speaking to me, speaking to my heart, guiding me, walking with me, taking me through the chaos of the world. And so I think when we deeply connect with Vani and we see how that Vani is actually helping us to walk through life, then I think that presence of Srila Prabhupada is very palpable.
Kavi Chandra Maharaj, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, everywhere we look, there's Prabhupada's presence. Seeing devotees, even in Vrindavan, I go up on the roof and, you just see all buildings. But that's Prabhupada. I can't comprehend that Prabhupada he wanted everybody to come to Vrindavan, that's what's happening. So now it's a big city. When Prabhupada first came, it was a little village, very poor. Prabhupada, I was remembering Vrindavan was so quiet and peaceful. Then I started thinking, I must have been in some kind of maya, because I came from New York and the difference. And then I heard a lecture, Prabhupada said, and Vrindavan's so nice, there are no cars. So things changed. But he initiated all these changes by inspiring everybody. So his books are there everywhere we look. You see somebody distributing books, and there's Hare naam all over the place. The internet is full of devotees, temples, temple openings. It's all Prabhupada. So we just have to open up and then take advantage of it. It's sometimes not easy, to remember that Prabhupada's always there. He's in the heart, in our heart, but he's in everybody's heart. So especially, he stressed on his books, but the books about Prabhupada, all the different memories and all the different attempts to glorify Prabhupada by so many temples and festivals, Ratha Yatra, all these things, It's only because of Prabhupada that any of us are here. He's saying that, clear the confusion, so that Om Jnana Timirandasya Ganangana Jlakaya. He opened our eyes, he turned on the lights. It's very confusing in the dark, in mode of ignorance, everything is confusing. But when the lights come on, and somebody's telling you, okay, the door is over here, and this door goes this way, and this one, then that's what Prabhupada did, and he's still doing it. We hear about people every day saying how they just met a devotee, they got a book, they're somehow or other, and they just changed their life. Like sometimes instantly, sometimes it takes a while, but that first step, Lava Matra, the devotees represent Prabhupada everywhere. It's overwhelming. It's like I said, that museum, they asked me to talk, I said, it's overwhelming. Just, how could anyone been so great, so amazing, so influential? And so many people met Prabhupada. Nowadays, most of them are gone. I was in Bombay in the early 80s, and so many people came, they would say, oh, you came to my house with Prabhupada, right? Of course, I finally just started saying yes, because if I said no, they'd argue with me. because all white men look the same. But, but so many. It's just like everywhere you turn, and it's still like that. And people are dreaming about Prabhupada, new devotees. People that never even hardly saw a book. So.
Yeah, I think we'll get to the dreaming thing is one of the things I wanted to touch upon, but a little later. Devamrita Maharaj, if you could.
I think that many persons in the audience are wondering what it would be like to be not one of the big leaders during the time of Prabhupada's presence, but what we would improperly say the ordinary devotee, the rank and file devotee. What was it like? Because Prabhupada obviously couldn't give his physical association to everyone. I can speak from my own experience. I was just always longing for any opportunity. When could I get Prabhupada's physical association? I thought that would be the be-all and end-all attainment. So I was always thinking, how am I going to be able to do that? During my university days, I had studied under the greatest intellects on the planet. And then I discovered Srila Prabhupada and realized he's the smartest person on the planet. I want to study under him. But then I started hearing Prabhupada explain that Vani is more important than Vapu. He would say things. I remember because I had the service in Los Angeles of filing all his correspondence, both letters to him and from him. And he would write, physical association is for neophytes. I said, well, let me be a neophyte. Then I'll get the association. Of course, Srila Prabhupada didn't mean it in that way, that we should remain neophytes clinging to his physical association. But I remember once in Los Angeles, one of the first devotees in India, this is, yes, if you can imagine a time when there were practically very few devotees in India. Prabhupada had very few Bharatiyas, very few disciples of Indian nationality. So they always got special attention because there were so few of them. You could count them on two hands. So there's one named Haridas. And he would, whenever Prabhupada landed in India, Haridas would drop his service at whatever temple he was at and take off to be with Prabhupada. He kept doing this again and again and again. He was very expert. He would slip past Prabhupada's secretary and come before Prabhupada. Prabhupada, I'm here, it's Haridas. And paying in dandavats on the floor. He did this again and again, dropping his service, taking off from whatever temple he was at, going to where Prabhupada was at. So he did this one more time. He maneuvered past Prabhupada's secretary, which was not easy to do, entered the room, paid his dandavats, Prabhupada, I'm here. And Srila Prabhupada looked at him and said, Haridas, do you think I'm just the body? You can go to any temple where there is me on the Vyasasana. At that time, there were just photos of Prabhupada on the Vyasasana. You can go to any temple, bow down before the Vyasasana. I am there. So hearing that was quite a revolutionary experience for me. That combined with Srila Prabhupada saying that if you, now think about this, if you want to judge who is most dear to me by their physical proximity, by their physical closeness, if that's the way you want to judge who's most dear to me, then I say the mosquito is the best devotee. but what is the purpose of the mosquito being so close? So hearing those two items made me think that maybe I should adjust my approach, adjust my understanding.
Jai. Sagar Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Maybe to lighten the conversation, I could tell a short anecdote about Srila Prabhupada.
Yeah, that's going to be hopefully a good part of all of our conversations here. So please go ahead.
There was one man who hijacked a van, but this van belonged to the devotees. And on the way, he turned the tape player, and it had Prabhupada's class in it. And it was the middle of the class, and Prabhupada was saying that everything belongs to Krishna, and if you steal from Krishna, you are a thief, and every thief will be punished by the laws of nature. And this, man, he listened to the class, he turned around, he brought the van back to the devotees, and he said, "I'm very sorry. I didn't know that you are, godly people. I want to give it back to you." So, Srila Prabhupada is really present in, and I'm pretty sure that every single devotee had that experience. Whatever doubt, whatever question we have, we just happen to turn on the recording and hear the answer from Srila Prabhupada or open Prabhupada's books and land at the exact page we needed to read. So yes, Srila Prabhupada is very much present in our lives, and for me personally, to be honest, Srila Prabhupada is very kind and benevolent grandfather, as he would say that grandfather is always kinder to his grandchildren than to his children. And I think us as second generation devotees, in that sense, we are more fortunate because Srila Prabhupada is very patient and kind towards us.
So you started this, you gave an example of someone else who experienced Prabhupada just without any qualification, but Prabhupada just inserted himself into that person's life. Maybe you could, and I'm going to ask all of you to reflect on some of your own personal experiences. You mentioned some, like turning on you have a question and then you open the book and that's the answer right there. Anything that stands out in your memory of a time when you really, really felt Srila Prabhupada is alive, he's present, he's here, he's accessible to me?
Well, one of the the experience, powerful experience I had with Srila Prabhupada when before I became a devotee, I was a what do you call it? A political fighter against the communist rule, and I nearly went to jail for that. And they were prosecuting me and they were dealing with my case, but then at the exact moment Soviet Union collapsed, and so they had to, whatever I was talking, everyone started speaking openly, and then they had to close my case. And only later when I became a devotee, I've realized that, Srila Prabhupada, when he visited Soviet Union, he said, these are good people, but they're very suppressed because they're not allowed to believe in God. And this godless system will not last. It will collapse. And, whatever pure devotee says, his desire, Krishna fulfills. And so this system collapsed exactly at the moment I needed it to collapse. And so basically, Srila Prabhupada. And I was not only meant to go to jail, I was meant to go to much harder punishment because I was in the army and they have kind of special system where they punish, rebellious servicemen in the army, so I would probably not survive. And so I'm thinking that Srila Prabhupada started the process which brought the change, which saved my life. So effectively Srila Prabhupada saved my life personally in this sense, and it just makes sense to dedicate my life to him then.
Jai, Jai. Devendra Maharaj, you have some special memory you'd like to share with us?
The first time I saw Srila Prabhupada give a Sunday feast talk was at the Brooklyn Temple. I can't find this recording of this lecture, but I was a newcomer and I wasn't, as they say back then, shaved up. I had hair. And I was sitting in front of Prabhupada. I had been reading his books 3 hours a day for 6 months straight without ever coming to the temple. And I was wondering, what he's speaking about is so sublime, so extraordinary. As I said, I've studied under the best material brains around, and no one can match him. But can Srila Prabhupada and his mission offer something that will actually solve the world's problems? Because that was my intent in my university studies. I wanted to find the solution to all the world's problems. So there I am sitting in front of Prabhupada, about less than 1 meter away, maybe 2 feet away. And I'm soaking in his nectarian presentation. He was speaking, I believe, on the prayers by Queen Kunti. And I was thinking in my mind, as I sat right in front of him, not even quite yet a new bhakta. Somehow or other Pancharatna Prabhu and the other temple leaders, they let me live in the temple, although I wasn't chanting 16 rounds. I remember. So I'm sitting in front of Srila Prabhupada, soaking up the nectar, wondering, though, in the back of my mind, as fantastic as this is, how is it going to solve the world's problems? And then Prabhupada started thundering, if you're optimistic about material life, you're an animal. Only an animal is optimistic about material life. If you're a human being, you must be pessimistic. Now, ordinarily, if someone exploded like that in front of you, you'd never come back again. You'd run away. But Prabhupada's compassion, his pure heart was so overpowering that I could just sit there and just continue to soak it all up. Like, this is the best thing I've ever heard. If you're a human being, you must be pessimistic. And then he ended his thunderstorm by saying, but in Krishna consciousness, everything is optimistic. So that was my first impactful experience besides reading his books. I had read his books 3 hours a day for 6 months straight, never been to a temple, had no intention to come to a temple. But when I first came, that's what I heard. And so it impacted me so deeply.
Kavichandra Maharaj, some experience, maybe something that you've experienced because you traveled to some very difficult places, in East Africa, it's not West Africa, where you've also experienced.
Of course, Prabhupada didn't visit those places.
But I'm talking about more like in your current now today, something that where you saw, okay, Srila Prabhupada's physical presence is not here, but his spiritual presence.
Well, everywhere devotees are reading his books, they're doing Guru Puja, they're doing Mangal Arati, That's all Prabhupada. It's how we can feel the presence, and everybody does. Like you said, do you think that the spiritual master is the body? He's not. The Vani, the Vapu, but Prabhupada, it's like Bhagavatam says about Sukadev Swami, you're all pervasive like the sunshine or something. He's everywhere in this movement. Everything is Prabhupada. As far as personal experience, if you'd like to hear something, on the morning walks is the main time I got a little bit close, besides, Bhagavatam class. And sometimes he was quite entertaining. Sometimes he was very heavy. One time it really struck me was just before the opening in Vrindavan. And it was total chaos, and nothing outside was finished. And the inside was kind of finished, but outside was, construction. So out on the road, the devotees had tried to they were going to have some shops, but immediately that they built these little shelter things, somebody moved in and was living there. And Prabhupada was telling the temple president every morning, get these people out. So maybe about the third day, he said, why are these low-class people still here? I told you to get them out. And he said, well, I told so-and-so to do it. And Prabhupada just screamed. I was shocked so much. I was like, wanted to hide somewhere. I didn't know what was going to happen next. How can I run this movement with a fool like you? I told you to do it. I didn't tell you to tell someone else to do it. It's a good lesson. And it sounded like the ground was shaking, and actually it was done in Jayaprabhu. I asked him years later if he remembered that. He said, yeah, many times for him. And then, it looked like he was so angry, But then he started walking, and he turned to Tamal Krishna Maharaj. He said, do you want to hear my theory about the moon? Completely
different mood altogether.
Making a joke, Yeah. He said, I think the moon is hot fire, but it's surrounded by a cold atmosphere. That's why it's cool. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj, who knew, how to deal with it, he said, well, the scientists say it's reflecting. And Prabhupada looked at the dirt road. He said, why isn't this reflecting? Why isn't this glowing? And then Tamal said something, I can't remember. Tamal looked at him and said, Prabhupada said, why aren't you glowing? And the whole rest of the walk, he's just joking about everything.
Yes.
So that kind of thing, is something a lot of devotees didn't expect. They only saw him, very serious. He was very personal. And we advise, if you want to get to know Prabhupada, listen to the morning walks. They're very intimate. He's so relaxed. He let devotees talk a lot, to tell him what's going on in the world, and he would explain how crazy it is and how it's wrong. And, it's very sweet.
I want to come back to that, but first I'd like to ask Keshav Maharaj to give some experiences, perhaps. You of course never physically met Srila Prabhupada, but some of the times in your life where you really, really felt Srila Prabhupada's presence.
About 15 years ago, I was traveling in India. So I traveled for a month and went around to holy places and collected many, many blessings, dipped my beads in all the holy rivers, and then I went back to London. And I think it was 2 days after I landed back, I was on book distribution, and I left my beads by the book trolley. Anyway, I came back at the end of the day and someone had stolen the beads. So I was kind of crestfallen. They were my initiation beads, and they'd collected all these blessings from India. Anyway, I was driving back to the manor that night, and I thought I'll just get a new set of beads and I'll ask my spiritual master to chant on them. So I had this plan in my mind. Next morning I woke up and I went into the morning program. So the devotees asked me to make the announcement in the morning program, and every morning we read from Prabhupada Shikshamrita. So I opened the book and I kind of went to the marker and I started reading the letter. And the letter said, "Why have you been so careless to lose your beads?"
Hare Krishna.
And then in the letter, Prabhupada said, "Your beads are your connection to your spiritual master. You should take care of them very seriously." And then in the letter, Prabhupada went on to say, "You don't need to ask your spiritual master to chant on a new set of beads. Once he has chanted once, the connection is made." So it was very interesting. I mean, Prabhupada just the very next day answered what was on my mind. But I just wanted to pick up on what Kavi Chandra Maharaj said about morning walks, about conversations, about Prabhupada's letters. And I think these are sometimes an untapped resource that we have, because they really give an insight into Srila Prabhupada's personality, his conviction, his clarity, his charisma. And yeah, I remember when the devotees started cultivating me about 15 or 16 years old, they gave me the Gita and it was quite philosophical. I couldn't understand it. But then one devotee gave me Prabhupada's conversation book, the first volume, and I just read it so quickly. It was so fascinating. And so I just kept reading all of those. And so I read the whole conversation series before I had read any of the other books. And they really gave me a sense of Prabhupada's personality. So yeah, just to build on Kavi Chandra Maharaj's point that Prabhupada's conversations, letters, these are also a beautiful way to connect with Srila Prabhupada's personality.
I'd like to continue on that, because Sakar Maharaj, you also mentioned these three legacies of Srila Prabhupada. His books and his society, but then you mentioned his disciples. But in one sense, it's through his disciples that we hear and learn so much about his personal life. Outside of the books themselves, we hear from them not just, of course, there's the morning walk conversations, but then there are all these memories. And perhaps we could hear a little bit more. Ah, yes, okay. We have to welcome His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj, who feels so strongly about this that
he is proof of Prabhupada's power.
Yes.
That he never gives up, because he's so inspired by Prabhupada's instructions to him. He refuses to leave his body until he's fulfilled all of them. And there's many, many, many to go. Unlimited.
So what we're going to do...
Everyone should take great inspiration from this.
We'll just move. You can stay where you are, but just give a little space here. I'll move over so that Maharaj can stand here. He's going to speak for 15, 20 minutes or something like that, and then we'll pick up where we were. Thank you for this, because he really. Thank you. So thank you very much. I'd like to welcome His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj Ki Jai, Hari Bol. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Mic people will need to set up the microphone so that he can speak. Who's doing the translation? Sujitendriya Prabhu, are you translating? Who's translating? Or simultaneous translation? Okay. They'll be repeating. Okay. You're fine. Yeah. give him this microphone, though. Oh, sorry.
From 6:30 to 7:30. Now you can speak for about 15 to 20 minutes.
On the presence of Prabhupada.
Okay, half. You can. Okay, sure.
All the people know English?
Do all of you know English?
There
is So, Sujitendra Prabhu, you're translating on FM or Zoom? He's translating on Zoom. The audience here are on Zoom? Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale
Srimate Bhaktivedanta
Swamin Nitina Mine
Namaste Saraswati Deve
Gauravani Pracharine
Nidesesha Sunnavadi
Paschatya Deshata Ine
Sri Krishna Chaitanya
Prabhu Nityananda
Sri Advaita Radha Sridhasadi
Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Rama Hare Rama
Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Haraya Namo Krishna
Yadavaya Namaha
Hare Govinda Ram
Srimad Sudana
Bhagavati
Pangum Langayate Girim
Yatitadamanvande
Sri Guru Dinatarinam
Paramanandamadanam
Sri Chaitanya Ishwaram
Hare Om Tat Sat.
Lozenge.
When I joined iskcon, I visited all the temples.
When I joined iskcon, I visited all the temples
in iskcon.
In iskcon.
All three of them.
All three of them.
San Francisco,
New York,
and Montreal.
And Montreal.
And then I opened up. I became a resident in Montreal, And then I opened up Toronto.
I was made the president of Montreal, and then I opened up Toronto.
And we went and saw Prabhupada arrive in Boston.
And we went and saw Srila Prabhupada arrive in Boston.
And in Boston, they had a kind of barricade.
In Boston, they had a kind of a barricade.
And the immigration was behind the glass wall and behind the barricade.
The immigration was behind a glass wall and behind the barricade.
And we could see on the bottom of the barricade the feet.
And we could see at the bottom of the barricade the feet.
So we saw Srila Prabhupada's feet.
So we saw Srila Prabhupada's feet.
And he raised his bead bag above the barricade.
And then he raised his bead bag above the barricade.
Everybody was so blissed out.
Everyone was so blissed out.
The person nearby was chanting on his kartals.
The person nearby was chanting on his karatals.
And he got cut in the head.
And he got cut in his hand.
Head.
Cut in his head.
And the newspaper was taking pictures.
And the newspaper reporters were taking pictures.
But they said, although he was cut, he was happy.
They said that although he was cut, he was happy.
Because he was happy to see Prabhupada coming.
Because he was happy to see Srila Prabhupada coming.
And then Prabhupada walked out of the door.
And then Srila Prabhupada walked out of the door.
And everyone there, from New York, from Canada, they all bowed down.
And everyone there, from New York, from Canada, everyone, they all bowed down.
Prabhupada looked over, everyone was bowing down.
And Srila Prabhupada looked over and everyone was bowing down.
And then they got up.
Then they got up.
And Prabhupada went and sat down in the chairs that they had in the airport.
Srila Prabhupada went and sat down on the chairs that they had at the airport.
And the devotees came up and offered him garlands.
Devotees came up to offer him garlands.
And the garlands went out to his eyes.
The garlands were up to his eyes.
Then he took some off.
He took some of them off.
And then they came and gave more garlands.
Then they came and gave him more garlands.
He took those off. He kept giving him garlands.
Then he took some of them off, but they kept giving him garlands.
So then he spoke for a few minutes.
Then he spoke for a few minutes.
He said that the spiritual master is offered respect like God.
He said that the spiritual master is offered respect like God.
But if he thinks he is God, he's not God, D-O-D, he's D-O-G, God.
But if he thinks that he is God, then he is not G-O-D, but he is D-O-G, dog.
So, like that, Prabhupada was speaking.
So like that, Srila Prabhupada was speaking.
All the devotees are seated around.
And all the devotees were seated around.
And the newspaper media was behind, recording, taking photos.
And the newspaper media, they were behind, recording, taking photos.
And Prabhupada would speak to us and tell everyone that they're serving God.
Srila Prabhupada would speak to us and tell everyone that we are servants of God.
And we should guide our life in that way.
And that we should guide our life in that way.
So, I thought I was in Toronto, came down, and then I wrote to Radha that since I went to Toronto, I handed over a residency to Jagadish Maharaj, Jagadish Das Arati.
So like that I came down from Toronto and I wrote to Srila Prabhupada, since I was the president, I could hand over the presidency to Jagadish Maharaj.
He was a grihastha at that time.
He was a grihastha at that time.
I wasn't so fully engaged.
So
I was not.
So I was not very much engaged.
What, did you want to stay here or go somewhere else?
So I asked, so should I stay here or go somewhere else?
And Radha wrote back, you come and see me, and I think I will send you to India.
So the Prabhupada wrote that you can come and see me, and I think that I will send you to India.
So, Achyutananda Swami was in India at the time.
So Achyutananda, not yet Swami, was in India at that time.
And Prabhupada was writing him to find out if he had our own place.
And Srila Prabhupada was writing to him to find out if we had our own place.
He wrote back, we did.
He wrote back that we did.
Something like that.
Something like that.
So I was asked to go to India.
Then I was asked to go to India.
I asked for money for the passage to India.
So I asked Garga Muni for the money to the passage to India.
He said, collect it.
He said, collect it.
So I went back to Canada and tried to collect.
So I went back to Canada and tried to collect.
But I didn't get much. So I flew to UK by Iceland Airlines.
So I flew to London.
UK.
I flew to UK through Iceland Airlines.
It was cheap.
It was cheap.
$100 something.
$100 or something.
And when I got to UK, the devotees there asked me to stay for the Rath Yatra.
So when I reached there, the devotees there happened to have Rath Yatra.
Asked me to stay for Rath Yatra.
Asked me to stay for Rath Yatra.
I wrote that to Prabhupada.
I wrote that to Srila Prabhupada.
I didn't get a reply.
But I didn't get a reply.
So I continued on my journey.
So I continued my journey.
I think I'll skip the journey.
I think I'll skip the journey.
And I got to Calcutta.
When I got to Calcutta,
then I took a taxi to the address I was giving.
So then I took a taxi to the address that I was given.
It was the Madhav Maharaj Gaudiya Mutt.
It was Madhav Maharaj's Gaudiya Mutt.
And Achyutananda had not really told the truth.
Achyutananda had not really told the truth.
And so I stayed for a few months in the Gaudiya Mutt.
So I stayed for a few months in the Gaudiya Mutt.
That was quite an experience.
That was quite an experience.
And I did some shopping for Bhakti Pramod Puri. I did some shopping for Bhakti Pramod Puri.
I did some shopping Chiradoi for Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj.
I learned how to speak a few words in Bengali.
I learned how to speak a few words in Bengali.
And then Prabhupada asked to invite his godbrothers for receiving him.
So Prabhupada then asked to invite his godbrothers for receiving him.
And so I went around and I was inviting people.
So then I went around and I was inviting people.
I invited Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj, and then he said, very glorious as Guru Bhai had conquered the Western world.
I invited Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj, that he said that it was very glorious that he had gone to the Western world.
But then some he asked Pandits of the Gaudiya Mutt. I said, no, Maharaj, you took sannyas a few months before him.
Then a few Grihastha Pandits of the Gaudiya Mutt, they said, no, Maharaj, you took sannyas a few months before him.
You are senior.
You are senior.
You should not go to meet him.
You should not go to receive him.
Like that, we met resistance at every corner. We met resistance.
So like that, we met with some resistance.
And the day that Prabhupada went, they had sent a truckload of brahmacharis, and we had a car to drive Prabhupada. It was an old Ford.
So the day Srila Prabhupada arrived, they sent a truckload of brahmacharis, and we had a car to drive Srila Prabhupada. It was an old Ford.
So when Prabhupada came, they took him to the VIP reception.
So when Prabhupada came, they took him to the VIP reception.
And then Chitananda sang all Vaishnava Thakur.
And Achyutananda sang Ohe Vaishnava Thakur.
But Prabhupada was looking around. But
Srila Prabhupada is looking around.
And he asked, where are my godbrothers?
He asked, where are my godbrothers?
And they said, they're waiting at the temple. They have made a big feast for you.
So they said that we are waiting at the temple.
They are waiting.
They said that they are waiting at the temple and that they have made a big feast for you.
So Prabhupada smelled some politics.
So Srila Prabhupada smelled some politics.
If they had come to the airport, and then that's one thing.
If they had come to the airport, that is one thing.
But that they had stayed at the temple and cooked a feast for him.
That they had stayed at the temple and cooked a feast for him.
He said they wanted to take credit.
He said that they wanted to take credit.
That he was sent by them to the west.
That he was sent by them to the west.
And that now they're receiving him back.
And now that they are receiving him back.
Prabhupada, he went in the west, he had no help, no association.
Srila Prabhupada, he went to the west, he had no help, he had no association.
He said, according to your Pandita, today is the Adivas of Lord Purnima.
He said, according to the Panjika, today is the Adivas of Gaura Purnima.
So, Mayapur, Vrindavan, the Bhaktas must be having a big celebration.
So, in Mayapur, in Vrindavan, the Bhaktas must be having a big celebration.
But I don't mind, even if I'm here alone, I have no association. I don't mind if I even have to go to hell. But I want to preach the message of gouranga.
But he said, I am here, I am alone. I don't mind, even if I have to go to hell to preach the message of gouranga.
So, I would ask one man help him.
He would ask if one man could help him.
At least a harmonium.
At least a harmonium.
No reply.
No reply.
He wrote, he would have a kartal.
He wrote if he could have a karatal.
And how much does a kartal cost?
How much does a karatal cost?
No way.
No reply.
So, when Prabhupada was chanting, he used a bongo drum.
So when Srila Prabhupada was chanting, he used a bongo drum.
So, he really only had the help from Lord Chaitanya.
So he really had only the help from Lord Chaitanya.
We're all here today because of the mercy of Prabhupada.
We are all here today by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada.
He went to the Western world alone, no money.
He went to the West all alone with no money.
But only faith in his Guru Maharaj and the power of the holy name.
But only with his faith in his Guru Maharaj and in the holy name.
He had translated the Bhagavad Gita and first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam.
He had translated the Bhagavad Gita and the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam.
So, like that. So I ended up in the holding what?
So we ended up in the staying in the Gaudiya Math.
And that's why they consider me a half-breed.
That's why they consider me a half-breed.
Yeah.
Half-breed.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Part Gaudiya Math, part iskcon.
Part Gaudiya Math, part iskcon.
Because I stayed a couple of months in Gaudiya Math. I stayed a couple of months.
Because I stayed a couple of months in the Gaudiya Math.
They asked me what day I was initiated.
They asked what day? They asked what day I was initiated.
Finally, they told me to sit in the line for the prasad.
When you have to sit in the, accordingly you can sit in the line for prasad.
Everybody sat according to their date of initiation.
Everyone sat according to their date of initiation.
Very systematic.
Very systematic.
And Prabhupada came, then he saw that no God brothers came to greet him. He saw no God brothers.
When Prabhupada came and he saw that no God brothers came to greet him,
then he had this idea that maybe they're trying to take the credit.
so he had this idea that maybe they're trying to take the credit.
So he said, go to our place.
So he said that go to our place.
We had a doctor, open a health clinic.
We had a doctor who had opened a health unit.
He hadn't opened yet. He had a house.
He had a house.
He gave us permission to stay there free.
He gave us permission to stay there free.
And just before I opened the clinic.
That was just before he opened his clinic.
So, on Radhashtami day, he gave Achyutananda and myself sannyas.
On Radhashtami day, he gave Achyutananda and myself sannyas.
He said, Achyutananda was 10, I was 11.
He said, Achyutananda was the 10th sannyasi and I was the 11th.
And he had given 94 in LA.
He had given sannyas to 9 before in LA. To 9 before in LA.
9, 10, 11.
So 9, 10, 11.
That was in 1970.
That was in 1970.
So now it's 2025.
So now it is 2025.
How many years is that?
55. 55 years.
The other 10 ahead of me are not sannyasis now.
The other 10 are not sannyasis now.
They either went back to Godhead or they left sannyas.
They either went back to Godhead or left sannyas.
So Prabhupada, he was trying to form an army of devotees.
Srila Prabhupada, he was trying to form an army of devotees.
And he sent me to Mayapur.
And he sent me to Mayapur.
I was giving over the leelas I had with him in Calcutta. I'm skipping.
I'm skipping the details of what happened with him in Calcutta.
And at first, we were staying in that grass hut at the main gate.
At first, in Mayapur, we were staying at the grass hut near the main gate.
There was no gate, nothing but the grass hut.
At that time, there was nothing else but the grass hut.
There was no main gate.
And there was no main gate.
Nothing.
There was nothing.
And we're building lotus building.
Then we started building the lotus building.
And while we're in the grass hut, Prabhupada, he stayed in the grass hut.
While we were in the grass hut, Srila Prabhupada stayed in the grass hut.
He kicked Gargamuni out because he snored too loud.
He kicked Gargamuni out because he snored too loud.
And Prabhupada, you can imagine how he said, the spiritual world headquarters of the world.
You can imagine how Srila Prabhupada said, this is the spiritual world headquarters of the world.
And we're Krishna consciousness.
Of Krishna consciousness.
And nothing there but the grass hut.
And there was nothing there but the grass hut.
But Prabhupada would see houses and devotees.
But Prabhupada would see how this place would be filled with devotees.
So he had a vision.
So he had a vision.
And he was bringing it to come to heaven. He had a vision and he was seeing that it happened.
He had a vision and he was seeing that happen.
We had a couple of cows, and one was called Kamaduk.
We had a couple of cows, and one was called Kamaduk.
She gave a lot of milk.
She gave a lot of milk. Comparatively.
And she was grazing near the grass hut. She was grazing.
She was grazing near the grass hut.
And near the end of the grass hut, we had put a beehive.
And near the end of the grass hut, we had put a beehive.
And under the beehive, there's grass.
Under the beehive, there was grass.
So Kamaduk nudged the hive over and ate the grass.
So Kamaduk, she knocked the hive over and began to eat the grass.
All the bees soared in the air.
All the bees swarmed in the air.
And came in the grass hut.
And came to the grass hut.
And Prabhupada called me.
Prabhupada called me.
Jayapataka
Swami.
Swami. And I came running.
Then I came running.
All bees in the hut.
It was all bees in the hut.
And he asked, take out the bees.
And he asked me, take out the bees.
So, at the area, they have a kind of mosquito net dress.
In the apiary, they have a person who's dressed
like a mosquito net dress. Like a mosquito net dress.
Like they have a mosquito net-like dress.
Wearing that, and I had to get all the bees out of the hut.
So like that, we had to get all the bees taken out.
And Prabhupada said that put the bees somewhere else away from the hut.
Srila Prabhupada said, put the bees somewhere away from the hut.
Right from the beginning, there are a lot of austerities for Srila Prabhupada.
So like that, right from the beginning, there were a lot of austerities for Srila Prabhupada.
And every night, we'd sleep in the grass hut, and Prabhupada would be there with his special asan and cut.
So every night we would sleep in the grass hut, and Srila Prabhupada would be there with his special asan and his cot.
So now we're doing a 24-hour kirtan.
Now we're doing a 24-hour kirtan there. 8:15. 8:15.
Alright. Yeah. Like that, when we had the Lotus building ready.
So like that, we got the Lotus building ready.
Radha came in. He lived in the second floor.
Srila Prabhupada came there and he lived in the second floor.
At that time, the Golden Lord had influence with the top politicians.
At that time, the Gaudiya Math had influence with the top politicians.
And President of India came by helicopter to Yoga.
And the President of India came by helicopter to the Yoga Pit.
Prabhupada was seeing, and he said, we should have people come here.
Srila Prabhupada was seeing that and he said, we should have people come here.
Yesterday, I heard that 80,000 people came to Mayapur.
Yesterday, I heard that 80-some thousand people came to Mayapur.
not especially big number yet.
That is not especially a big number yet.
But I think Prabhupada is much more satisfied to see that so many people are coming here.
But I think that Srila Prabhupada would be much more satisfied that so many people are coming here.
He predicted that Mayapur would have 50,000 people.
He predicted that Mayapur would have 50,000 residents.
Residents and guests. Residents and guests. Residents and guests. You can't understand? Residents and guests.
Residents and guests.
So now we have 7,500 residents.
Now we have about 7,500 residents.
And guests, maybe 4,000.
Guests maybe around 4,000.
I don't know how many guests.
I don't know how many are guests here.
So we still got a way to go.
We still have a long way to go
to satisfy Prabhupada's vision.
To satisfy Srila Prabhupada's vision.
The
TOVP. The TOVP
is nearing completion.
The TOVP is nearing completion.
And that will certainly increase the people coming to Mayapur.
That will certainly increase the people coming to Mayapur.
Radha wanted government to give us some land.
Srila Prabhupada wanted the government to give us some land.
And he was pursuing that.
He was pursuing that.
But the Congress government at that time didn't fulfill it.
But the Congress government at that time didn't fulfill it.
Then the communists came.
Then the communists came.
And they are not friendly. They are not friendly.
They were not friendly.
Now TMC.
Then the TMC came.
And they are friendly.
They are friendly.
So now we have like 700 acres in the for the master plan.
So now we have like 700 acres for the master plan.
So this is all the vision of Prabhupada.
So this is all the vision of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very, very much, Jai Pataka Maharaj, for bringing us to the beginnings of this Mayapur project. Our topic today is all feeling the presence of Srila Prabhupada. By your narration, we got to feel his presence in your life, and I think that's just what we were talking about, is how by hearing the memories of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, how that can spur the feeling of Srila Prabhupada's presence in those who are here today. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. So, Maharaj, we are going to continue for a little while. I don't know what your schedule is, whether you have to return. We have another, on our schedule, we have another 15, 20 minutes. Wanted to touch on a few other topics regarding Srila Prabhupada's presence. I wanted to thank Devamrita Maharaj for attending. He has to go now. Please give Devamrita Maharaj a warm hand. Thank you so much, Maharaj. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for, I know it's not easy. I've heard that is, particularly now, for joining us. While Maharaj is getting ready, we'll just move over here a bit. Can we get this microphone? And we're going to continue for another 15, 20 minutes to finish our program with a few more questions for Keshav Maharaj and Kavichandra Maharaj and Sagar Maharaj. Things that I'm particularly hoping to understand about Srila Prabhupada's presence, particularly for the audience here. I'm looking out and I can see that so many of you are young. You're new and you weren't there. We're the old men on the stage here. So let Maharaj. Okay, so are the cameras and everything all ready? Okay, good. Okay, have a seat, please. And I'm going to ask a couple more questions, and then we'll wind up. So, what should devotees do to increase their experience of Srila Prabhupada's presence? That's what I wanted to focus on right now. And maybe Keshav Maharaj, you can lead off. Here, take this.
It's so nice to hear from His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj. And I think Srila Prabhupada, he invested himself in all of his disciples, and I think one of the most beautiful ways, His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki.
Hare Krishna. Okay. I'm going to shift over to this side. Hare Krishna. All right. Yes. Okay. Thank you again, Jayapataka Maharaj, for the ululating. That's a sign.
It's wonderful to, I was just mentioning, it's wonderful to hear from His Holiness Jayapataka Maharaj and all of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, and I think Srila Prabhupada invested himself into all these wonderful Vaishnavas who dedicated their lives to fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's dreams. It's said that the spiritual master lives forever in his instructions and the follower lives with him. And so there's a sense in which when we associate with those who have dedicated their lives to following Srila Prabhupada's instructions, then we feel Srila Prabhupada's presence by having association with them. And so I think one of the most powerful things we can do is to take advantage of the association of Srila Prabhupada's disciples. Of course, we have the unfortunate reality that in the coming years, many of Srila Prabhupada's disciples will no longer be present in the world. And so while we have this opportunity to hear from them, to learn from them, to absorb some of their love for Srila Prabhupada, I think that is an invaluable opportunity.
I'm going to shift over there because I need to be in the camera, they say. So give me 1 second. But Kavi Chandra Maharaj, so this is the question. What would be your message to the devotees here, the devotees, can you hear? Is it okay? The devotees online, the devotees who are listening, the devotees who will listen. What are the things that they should be doing to really feel Srila Prabhupada's presence? What would be your advice?
First thing is the basics, which Prabhupada stressed: Mangal Arati, rising early, Mangal Arati, bathing, chanting japa every day, trying to be attentive or offenseless. Read, Srimad Bhagavatam every day. Some kind of service, depending on what your ash. If you're in the temple, you maybe be told what to do, but some sort of service. Reading is service, chanting is service, taking care of your children is service, but do it for Krishna. Working, if you're giving the fruits of your work, there's some percentage that doesn't bankrupt you, then your work is also bhakti, it's also service. But the basics, if we have to stick to the basics. I heard about one basketball player. He was, another one of the teammates saw him practicing the most basic footwork that they learn like right off. And he said, well, you're the greatest player in the world. Why are you doing that? He said, that's why I'm the greatest. Because I stick to the basics. We've seen devotees think, okay, I've done that enough, I don't have to get up anymore, all right. I chanted my rounds and I've done all these things. And you can't last very long. And, Vaishnav Seva, Nama Sankirtan, Dvipade, Shigra, Shri Krishna Charan. This is Lord Chaitanya speaking. Vaishnav Seva, the holy name, chant the holy name. Just these two things, Dvipade Shigra. Shigra means very quick. Shri Krishna Charan, you get the lotus feet of Krishna. So associate with devotees. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastra Koi. Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. Even a moment's association is the beginning. It's the highest perfection of life, even 1/11th of a second. So, but association with devotees means Sankirtan, chanting the holy name, service, Krishna Katha, not just going to the pizza house or something, but sadhu sangha. So those basic things, and then everybody, you may get some special instruction, not very many people do. Vaisheshika Prabhu was explaining really nicely the other day how someone, the question was, many devotees, the only instruction we ever got was chant 16 rounds and follow the regulator principle. So, but he was explaining that if someone just does that, without fail, so many special things will happen. So, but that's not that, all we do, or not be proud of it, but when we're chanting japa, we're supposed to be begging for service, and then find some service. But that's by association of devotees that everything will come automatically. association in a humble state of mind. Trinada Pisa Nichana, Tora Pisa Ishtana, Manina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. Amanina Manadena, that means offering all respect to others and not expecting anything in return. Now that is simple, but it's a very, very elevated condition. Selfless, totally selfless, humble service.
I'd like to kind of maybe conclude to some extent with a question primarily for Sagar Maharaj and Keshav Maharaj, because from the position of devotees like yourselves who are initiated by Srila Prabhupada's disciples or Srila Prabhupada's disciples, the current generations and future generations, what are to talk a little bit about the relationship between feeling Srila Prabhupada's presence and your relationship with Srila Prabhupada and the relationship that you have with your Shiksha Gurus and your Diksha Gurus today. How do those work together? How are they connected? And what's the relationship that you see between experiencing Srila Prabhupada's presence today and your relationship with your initiating and instructing gurus today? Sagar Maharaj, if you could begin.
Hare Krishna. I think it's very easy because our spiritual masters, they're disciples and followers of Srila Prabhupada, and through their service, Srila Prabhupada very much manifests himself. And also to touch on the previous point, which is developing our real relationship with Srila Prabhupada, it says that we can develop our relationship with someone not to looking at the person, but looking in the same direction the person looks. And so Srila Prabhupada set very clear goals to the society. Either it is 7 purposes of iskcon or 12 purposes as it was in the Constitution of Association. But the idea is the same. And Srila Prabhupada set very amazing example of astounding achiever, not only to Gaudiya or Vaishnavas, but to the whole world, because he was so much goal-oriented personality. And by, defining our mission within the Prabhupada's mission, by setting our own goals within the purposes of iskcon, within the goals Srila Prabhupada set, we can very easily feel the presence of Srila Prabhupada. This is my experience.
Keshav Maharaj, can you speak also to this point of how we feel Srila Prabhupada's presence and how it connects with the parampara, you could say? And I'm going to have, there is one more question I'm going to get to, but I'll add it in here now, so if you want to get into it. And that is, to what extent do you see, because you're interacting with the movement on a regular basis, what risks do you see that we may be losing, that we're not, that our connection with Srila Prabhupada could in some way fade away? Is that something we need to be concerned about? So those two, it's a bunch of questions. I'm kind of mixing questions now because I know our time is getting over, and I want to cover as much as we can. So pardon my approach.
At the Manor, we're fortunate to have many of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, and one of them, His Grace Kishore Prabhu, I asked him, what do you feel like on Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day? And he said, what I feel on Srila Prabhupada's disappearance day is what I feel every single day when I come in front of Srila Prabhupada. And he said, every day when I come in front of Srila Prabhupada, I feel challenged. I feel challenged to do more in my life, to serve more, to sacrifice more. And he said, as I serve and I sacrifice more, then I meet Srila Prabhupada. And I think that's the essence, that we meet Srila Prabhupada through service. And so to your question about our relationship with our spiritual masters and how that compares and complements our relationship with Srila Prabhupada, I see that my relationship with my spiritual master is based on service to Srila Prabhupada. And so while serving him and coming closer to him, together we're serving Srila Prabhupada and coming closer to Srila Prabhupada. And in that way there's no competition, there's no detraction in the relationship, that by intensifying this relationship with your Diksha Guru, necessarily you will intensify your relationship with Srila Prabhupada, because it's all about service to Srila Prabhupada and fulfilling his dreams. And I guess the final thing I'll say on that perhaps that is the danger. The danger is, how can we keep Srila Prabhupada's dreams alive? How can we keep Srila Prabhupada's spirit of mission alive? How can we keep Srila Prabhupada's urgency to spread Krishna consciousness to every town and village alive? And I think as we keep that spirit and that mission alive, then Srila Prabhupada is very much alive.
I want to hear from Kavi Chandra Maharaj and Sagar Maharaj some more on this, but just insert one wonderful quote about this. This is a letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote in 1972. If you think of me and work for me, then I am in your heart. If you love somebody, he is in your heart. Kavi Chandra Maharaj, more about whether you see some risk in our movement. What do you see when you move around? Do you see that Srila Prabhupada's presence is still strong, or is there any danger here? I mean, one of the purposes of this day is to try to keep Srila Prabhupada's presence and connection more and more prominent. So, do we need to keep doing this?
Well, many devotees are very, very much connected with Prabhupada. Many, like I was walking past the Mayapur Institute last year, and I saw a lot of cars. I said, I wonder what's going on there, you know. And I went up there. They said, "Come in." It was a graduation ceremony for the Bhakti Shastra and stuff. And it just went on and on and on, like hundreds of devotees who sat through these many, many hours of classes, you know. And in China, for instance, they started, it's part of the Bhakti Vriksha, but they have like a really long course. They have an introductory one. And there were hundreds of devotees signed up for that, you know. And this is going on like so many places. We just heard a presentation this afternoon. Some devotees got all these courses, training preachers. It's for people already chanting 16 rounds and following the principles, to train them in all, you know, Vaishnava qualities, and it's a very step-by-step, like, amazing thing. And he gets a lot of people, you know, mostly online, and so this is very, very encouraging. That what can hurt, Prabhupada said, this movement cannot be hurt from outside, can only be destroyed from inside if devotees are quarreling and ambitious for something, and, you know, Vaishnava aparad. So that's what can become dangerous. But devotees who are really absorbed, like, there's all this garbage on the internet against iskcon, but the mass of devotees, they don't even know about it. There's only certain people that look for that stuff. And Krishna, like Jesus said, seek and you shall find. You find what you're looking for. So most devotees are looking for service, they're looking for association, they're looking for knowledge, and they're getting it, and they're giving it. Like, just walk around Mayapur, there's so many devotees distributing books. There's one couple, every time I ever come to Mayapur, they're on the same corner, and they're distributing some prasad and books. That's how I don't know if they have some inheritance or what, but and they're always out there. And so many, sometimes, they're everywhere. Now the new bhaktas are all, when I see especially new devotees distributing books, that's Prabhupada, because that kind of book distribution really started by Prabhupada. He pushed it so hard, but it's still going on and growing all over the world. And, devotees are selling full sets of Bhagavatam on parking lots, inside the supermarket sometimes now. Before we couldn't even go inside with a book; we'd get kicked out. It's mystical.
Opening up.
We'd have to sneak around, and so anyway, and then you see all these amazing kirtaniers and little children. Sarvadrik Prabhu, he's here. He was speaking earlier. He does a lot of university preaching around Delhi and stuff. He's convinced, he said, that so many of these students, they must have been Prabhupada disciples, because they become so madly attached to Prabhupada.
So that's another way that Srila Prabhupada's presence is still here.
He's there.
Thank you.
There are many, many disciples who, left. They did a lot, but they left before, and they disappeared. They left their body, and they're still coming back. And maybe some that just want to come back,
Hare.
But something's happening, and just look, this Mayapur. So many things go on here in the organization, as somebody told me today, is inconceivable. Because you go in any parikrama or anything, and it's just military, precise. And they've got like 10 huge Sankirtan buses out there. And in Prabhupada's day, every leader in India said it is impossible to distribute a book in India, especially in Bengal. And then somebody donated some vans in Bombay, and Bhima Prabhu got a traveling party, started with Lord Jagannath in the back. And now they're all over in padayatras, and it's all Prabhupada. He just did it. His energy is so all-pervasive.
That's another quote here that Srila Prabhupada wrote. About his connection. He said, "I'm always with him so long I work according to his directions." If we study, just as an aside, I put together many of these quotes and saw that the same theme was being repeated often, that it was through service. It was through the connection is there through the service. So, Sakar Maharaj, would you like to also speak to this? How, what are the challenges we may have today to keep our connection with Srila Prabhupada?
Well, Srila Prabhupada, first and foremost, is Parampara. He is representative of the Guru Parampara, and he connected all of us to this amazing legacy, and he made a lot of effort to introduce us to this ancient culture. Once he said that Krishna consciousness will conquer the world through education and culture. Education is theory and culture is practice. And one important item of culture Srila Prabhupada was introducing, and he wanted devotees to get absorbed in, is the songs of the Vaishnavacharyas, because in those songs they reveal their hearts. And these songs are so amazing, and they actually help us to understand the very essence of Krishna consciousness in such a powerful way. I'll give an example that, every morning something interesting is happening in the temple room, that some devotees might see as distraction for their japa because, local devotees, they gather local people and teach them how to chant japa and chant one round of japa with them. But when I see that, immediately what comes to my mind is Nadiya Godrumi Nityananda Mahajan Patiya Chena Mahati Jivera Karan, that I can see Lord Nityananda is there and he is empowering these people to organize Namahata. Namahata means the marketplace of the holy name. So Nityananda's pastimes are still going on right in the morning, every morning in our temple room. And so many new people come to receive the holy names, eagerly. And, this is Namahata, this is original Namahata. And then, at the end, Chaitanya Charitamrita says that Bhakti, that the trees normally do not walk, but the tree of Bhakti Vrikshas, they walk. And so I can see so many devotees, holding, bead bags in their hands or holding some books, bags with books and calendars in their hands. They go around, the people distribute these things. So I can see them as walking Bhakti Vrikshas because they hold these fruits of Bhakti in their hands and selling this to people. So it's quite amazing. And so all this we can understand if we keep our connection to this legacy of the Acharyas which Srila Prabhupada stressed and introduced. And it's really important for us not to lose, because certain elements, they can be crucial to our spiritual development, especially, this element. So recently I was thinking it's really important because, our generation, we can say, we were trained to chant bhajans and learn bhajans, but nowadays I can see the culture changes. It's only Hare Krishna and hardly any new devotees know the bhajans. So I decided, maybe I could, in my travels, to do these bhajan retreats for devotees to teach them Vaishnava bhajans.
I have the same experience.
Srila Prabhupada sang these for us. So we've run out of time, and I wanted to thank everyone here for their participation. It's an ongoing topic. How do we keep Srila Prabhupada connected personally? How each one of us can feel personal connection. I'll just conclude with a couple more quotes. This one was, this is in the conclusion, there's very powerful words in the conclusion of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. I'm sure Keshav Maharaj, you're very familiar with this, where Prabhupada speaks directly to this. He says there are two ways of association, by Vani and by Vapu. Vani means words, and Vapu means physical presence. Physical presence is sometimes appreciable and sometimes not, but Vani continues to exist eternally. Therefore, one must take advantage of the Vani, not the physical presence. And then he ends, I think that His Divine Grace Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur is always seeing my activities and guiding me within my heart by His words. As is said in Srimad Bhagavatam, Teni Brahma Hridaya Adi Kaivaye. Then this one is so important. Spiritual inspiration comes from within the heart, wherein the Supreme Personality of Godhead in His Paramatma feature is always sitting with all His devotees and associates. So Srila Prabhupada is with us, in our hearts, right there, with Paramatma. Let us listen, try to hear Him, and associate through service. Thank you so much for all your words and all your inspiration. Thank you everyone in the audience here for being with us. And thank you for those who are online. And thank you for those who are going to
hear this in the future. And we'll keep going. I think that, how do we, I just want to put forward my own concern, is that yes, today there's a lot of inspiration, as you've pointed out. People are hearing and so, but that's not a guarantee. Unless we keep it going, we keep hearing, we keep talking, we keep remembering, we keep reflecting, and we keep thinking about how we're connected to Srila Prabhupada, then the future generations won't have the same advantages. So let's keep it going. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. And
oh, one more quick aside. If somebody lost a key, it's over here. Hare Krishna.
And the final point, we really have to thank His Grace Janmashtami Prabhu, who put many, many months being very, very sick. He put so many months and efforts in organizing this special Prabhupada Connect Day. So let's give a big round of applause to Janmashtami
Thank you,
Prabhu.
thank you. And not only the applause today, but the applause tomorrow and the hands tomorrow. You can all volunteer, whoever's especially here in Mayapur, to be part of the Prabhupada network, to keep this going. Janmashtami needs help. So please do join us, and let's keep the spirit of increasing and ensuring that our connection with Srila Prabhupada gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper every day. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Jai Prabhupada. Thank you.
Jai. Thank you. Pancharatna Prabhu ki jai.